Chapter 1684. Rushing into the battlefield, the once powerful Sky Emperor was now gradually weakening. Because in the true martial realm, what was competing was not only strength, but also endurance and perseverance. Lin Ling agreed with Bai Yun Tiandi's words. In fact, the strongest person in their team was already Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had never used the power of the sacred sea. When he encountered demons, he relied on his physical body to kill them. There are many demons around Great Demon King Barren Cloud, so to kill him, we must be careful of those demons. Lin Ling said again. Boss, you and the North Sea Sky Emperor go kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud. Leave the other demons to us. 9 spirits of heaven patted his chest and said. Along the way, his cultivation had increased, and his strength could be considered the strongest Silver Sky Emperor, only below Lin Ling. That's right, Lin Ling, I'll support you. North Sea Sky Emperor also looked at Lin Ling. She was the strongest, but now she also admitted that Lin Ling was the strongest in the team. North Sea Sky Emperor, I didn't expect you to actually give in to a junior. Could it be that because you used too much spirit energy you lost confidence? At this moment, a large number of figures walked over from afar. The leader was a woman wearing red armor. Her long hair was like waves, and her figure was extremely hot. Wu Shangying. North Sea Sky Emperor obviously knew her. Then she explained to Lin Ling, Wu Shang is Xiandi's sister, and also the second strongest team in the 7 Emperors world. The 7 Emperors value them highly. When she was introducing, those Sky Emperor powerhouses had already walked over. The red-haired woman in the lead said indifferently, right now the strongest team in the 7 Emperors world, GFA's team, they don't agree to join forces with us, so I need more teams to help me get those 10,000 enchantments. Your team doesn't seem to use much spirit energy, so how about we cooperate? After this matter is over, I'll give you 5,000 enchantments. If 5,000 is exchanged for merit points, it's a total of 50,000. You should be satisfied, and what you need to do is to stop those demons and let our team leader kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud. His words were like a reward, as if 5,000 enchantments were enough for Lin Ling's team to be pleasantly surprised. Hearing that, Lin Ling laughed. His laughter was filled with sarcasm. North Sea Sky Emperor Bai Yun Tiandi and the others also laughed. 5,000 enchantments, did they think they didn't see it? This kind of smile made Wu Shangying frown. What do you mean? Cooperate or not cooperate? First of all, 5,000 is just a small piece of meat for us. It's not enough to surprise us. Secondly, if we really want to cooperate, you take 5,000, and the remaining 10,000 will belong to us. Of course, the work you have to do will be much simpler, which is to stop those demons. Leave the Great Demon King to me. Lin Ling didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. Wu Shangying's team stared with their eyes wide open. Lin Ling was only a 6th layer saint. He actually boasted about taking 10,000 enchantments. Moreover, he wanted to kill Great Demon King Barren Cloud Demon. North Sea Sky Emperor, who is he? Can he represent you? Wu Shangying wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She looked at the North Sea Sky Emperor and the others and asked. In her impression, these Sky Emperor powerhouses were famous in the 7 Emperors world. How could they let a junior ride on their heads? How impudent! He's our team leader. The North Sea Sky Emperor and the others said in unison. What? Wu Shangying and the others' faces changed, but they realized that the North Sea Sky Emperor and the others weren't joking. They even looked at Lin Ling with reverence. Wu Shangying couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She noticed that Lin Ling's handsome appearance and his blue robe gave off a mysterious feeling. But the truth was, his cultivation realm wasn't high. He was probably only a silver layer heavenly emperor. However, Wu Shangying didn't have the time to care about this secret. She said again, time is limited, so I'll agree to your conditions. But the condition is, whoever kills Great Demon King Barren Cloud Demon King will get the 10,000 enchantments. Good alliance. Lin Ling raised his fist and bumped it with Wu Shangying's. The 2 teams formed an alliance. At this moment, in front of the ancient city, the battle was earth-shattering. Many heavenly emperors felt their blood boiling. They couldn't wait to join the battle. Unfortunately, not many teams dared to join. Only the true dark horses dared to join. Look, there are more teams joining. The one leading them seems to be Wu Shangying. In the 7 Emperors world, they're second only to GFA's team. but Wu Xiangying and the others have already fought a few battles. Maybe. It's hard to say. I hope that team can kill Great Demon King Baron Cloud," said the heavenly emperors around the ancient city indifferently. They had mixed feelings. At the same time, GFA laughed coldly. "I'm the leader of the 7 Emperors team. This peerless hero has always wanted to challenge my position. So this time, he gathered a bunch of trash teams to seize the 10,000 barriers. Unfortunately, they're just a bunch of cannon fodder." At the same time, Xian Yuanzhoutian and a female great empress from Champion University were watching the battle. They didn't need to join the battle because their teams were all dark horses. They were fighting against Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Regarding Wu Xiangying's team, they didn't care. They only cared about GFA. As long as he didn't join the battle, they wouldn't join the battle either. Unfortunately, they didn't know that there was a dark horse in that small team. Moreover, it was a dark and dazzling horse. Delicious, delicious, delicious. The ground, flames, icicles, wind, and other original strengths were rolling in the air. The demon cultivators were absorbing the dead celestial emperors. Die! Die! Wu Xiangying's team arrived and started attacking. They were moving towards Great Demon King Baron Cloud. That Master Wu Xiangying is really strong. Surprisingly, he's gathered a few teams. How strong! Xian Yuanzhohan was also in the team, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Ling shook his head and said, "Too reckless. You can't recover your spiritual qi. If you really want to kill, you should get close to the Great Demon King as quickly as possible. You shouldn't kill all the demons because we don't have enough spiritual qi." All right. The North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others nodded. Lin Ling had led them to rise. He was really strong. Haha, more humans are coming. Little ones, kill them. Kill! A general of the devil race shouted. His soaring baleful aura caused the ground to crack. However, he was quickly stopped by Wu Xiangying's team. Everyone continued to move forward. They were getting closer and closer to the Great Devil King at the center. After a short time, 100 meters tall silhouette appeared in front of them. Black flames were roaring. When they got closer, Wu Xiangying and the others' expressions changed drastically. They realized that Great Demon King Baron Cloud was terrifyingly strong. He was probably as strong as Wu Xiang. Die! Die! Chapter 1685. A true dark horse. Wu Xiangying, you're here too. You can help us. A small team saw Wu Xiangying and shouted happily. 9 vicious blade sword hero 1 step. Work together to kill the Great Demon King. Wu Xiangying immediately replied. The teams led by the 2 Sky Emperors were all dark horses. Although they weren't strong, they had secret techniques that could preserve the power of the Saint Ocean, so Wu Xiangying didn't dare to underestimate them. Okay. The 2 teams nodded. In the current situation, if they didn't work together, they would all die here. King, another human has come to die. A demon shouted and stared coldly at Wu Xiangying's team. Is that so? Then let's die together. The tall dark flame giant sneered. He raised his fists high and then smashed them into the ground. Seeing Great Demon King Baron Cloud's actions, Lin Ling's expression changed. He shouted anxiously, retreat. With that, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others all retreated from the battlefield to kill other demons. Only the North Sea Sky Emperor was left there to join forces with Lin Ling. Lin Ling stomped the ground, causing it to crack. He hugged the North Sea Sky Emperor's waist and retreated frantically. At this point in the battle, many Sky Emperors' Saint Ocean power wasn't enough. Sometimes they couldn't even use powerful martial arts. However, Lin Ling's body was strong, so it didn't affect his battle strength. Boom! Just as Lin Ling retreated, the ground erupted like a volcano. Black flames shot up into the sky. The Sky Emperors nearby were all touched by the flames and died. Wu Xiang's power is so terrifying. The Sky Emperors watching from afar all gasped. This kind of battle wasn't something they could enter. Pooh! Powerful flames roared everywhere. Even Wu Xiangying was slightly injured and spat out blood. Looking around, 8 of her teammates had died. This Great Demon King Baron Cloud was indeed terrifying. Haha again. Great Demon King Baron Cloud was like a giant that wanted to kill everything. The remaining Dark Horse teams all became serious. They couldn't recover their spirit energy, but the enemy could. If this continued, it would be difficult for them to win. They might even be in danger. Join hands immediately. The 9 vicious saber slashed out fiercely. It took a lot of Saint C power to finally cut off the black flame in front of him. One step. In the distance, a sword slashed out. With a single step, it cut through many black flames and landed on the ancient city in the distance, causing the walls of the ancient city to crack. This person was the one-step swordsman. The strongest Dark Horse teams all made their moves. Similarly, Wu Xiangying also made his move. The situation was urgent. They had no choice but to cooperate. Otherwise, they would all die. It's getting more and more intense. I wonder if they can kill the Great Demon King. I'm afraid they won't be able to kill them. They're all going to die there. In fact, the situation was already very clear. The weak Dark Horse teams had all fallen, leaving behind the true Dark Horse teams. However, these teams were also in danger at this moment. Only the leader of each team was left behind to fight the Great Demon King, while the rest of the team went to fight the demons. If the leader couldn't win, then the battle would be over. What a powerful attack, but it's a pity that it's getting weaker and weaker. You guys can only become more and more useless, while I will always be stronger than you guys. The Black Flame Giant wasn't afraid of the leaders at all. He took a step forward, breaking the 9 vicious saber under his feet. Then he fiercely punched out. This punch was meant to kill several team leaders, and one of them was a supreme hero. Melancholy Saber of Maple Snow. However, at this moment 10 soul blades attacked. They were invisible and colorless, but the sky changed color. Even the leaders' faces changed drastically, and their souls shook. Rumble. The terrifying soul knife carried a fatal blow as it slammed into the Black Flame Giant. The Black Flame Giant was forced to retreat several steps, and its flaming rock body was actually split open. Soul power. There's a hidden expert with a powerful soul power. After retreating, the Black Flame Giant let out a voice that shook the sky. Hearing that, Wu Xiangying, 9 vicious saber, one-step swordsman, and the other leaders' faces changed drastically. They were hiding a heavenly emperor with a powerful soul power. At the same time, many people in the distance trembled violently. Countless eyes subconsciously looked behind them. There stood a cold blue-robed young man, who was pointing his sword at the Great Demon King. It's him. In that instant, countless people's hearts exploded. That young man was the first to injure the Great Demon King. Lin Ling. Far away, Xinyuan Joutian's eyes stared at the young man on the battlefield. He didn't expect Lin Ling to have his own team. Moreover, he became a dark horse, the most dazzling dark horse. This guy's cultivation realm isn't strong, but his soul power is so terrifying. No wonder he can become the leader of the team. Wu Xiangying's face also became serious. Heroes were born in troubled times. Lin Ling was clearly a powerful dark horse born in troubled times. Take advantage of its injury and attack immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over. It was as if he had become the leader of all the dark horse teams. Go! Those heavenly emperor powerhouses naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity, and attacked one after another. Damn it, damn it. Among your group, the most detestable one is that brat. If I didn't guess wrongly, the demonic lightning bat Dragon King was killed by you, right? I heard that among the large number of human teams, there's an extremely terrifying team hidden. It's even more terrifying than those teams that surfaced. It should be you, right? Great Demon King Baron Cloud let out a furious voice, as if he knew many things. His words made many heavenly emperors' faces change drastically, because Great Demon King Baron Cloud seemed to be very wary of the blue-robed youth, thinking that the blue-robed youth was the dark horse among dark horses. Yes, so what? In the distance, Lin Ling said with a cold smile, still fearless. Then I'll kill you first. Your cultivation realm isn't high, so it's the easiest to kill. Great Demon King Baron Cloud gave up on the other teams and chased after Lin Ling. Alright, then let's see if you have the ability or not. Lin Ling took a large stride and ran in another direction. Where are you running to? Blackfire Devil Cloud Fist. Great Demon King Baron Cloud chased over with large strides, his fists smashing out fiercely at the same time. Black flames, demonic energy surged, causing the void to also explode, uprooting the heavens. Lin Ling did not dare to underestimate the other party. Although the great demon king was also not at his prime, his strength was there for all to see. The current Linling facing him was a bit difficult. Rumble. A sword slashed out, the power of 12 universes erupted. With Fenglai, it actually clashed with the giant's fist in midair. What? Everyone's faces changed drastically. In their eyes, the giant's fist smashed out, and on the ground, the blue-robed youth resisted with his sword and was actually not at a disadvantage. This scene was shocking to the heart. Dark horse, a true dark horse. After all, at this time, a heavenly emperor who could still maintain his prime could simply be said to be non-existent. But Linling was clearly maintaining his prime. That was how he could block that punch. This guy. Chapter 1686. The truly terrifying one was Linling. He knew that Linling's cultivation was too low. Even if his body was powerful, it would still be difficult for him to stop the great demon king. However, with a divine weapon that might not be the case. His body is so powerful. At this moment, great demon king Baron Cloud was inwardly shocked. His fist seemed to have struck the sturdiest city wall, and was actually unable to move it at all. This made him even more determined to kill Linling, because Linling was the most terrifying dark horse. If he did not die, then he would definitely be the leader of all the teams. Let's see how long you can block. Great demon king Baron Cloud withdrew his fist and released an even more terrifying aura, wanting to kill Linling again. However, Linling only sneered. Naturally, he wouldn't be so stupid as to meet force with force. His feet moved and he flew away. Where do you think you're going? Great demon king Baron Cloud immediately chased after him. His first priority was to kill Linling. Seeing this scene, many heavenly emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. Today's battlefield was surging because of Linling alone. However, it wasn't easy for great demon king Baron Cloud to kill Linling, because the other dark horse leaders also took this opportunity to launch their fatal attacks. At the same time, Linling also occasionally released his soul force. It was like a cold arrow that great demon king Baron Cloud couldn't defend against. As expected of a great demon king level expert, my soul force actually couldn't kill him in one blow, unless I use 100 maple snow depressing blades. Linling thought to himself as he retreated. The soul martial art he had comprehended in the dreamlike mountain was far more powerful than it appeared on the surface. It was capable of releasing 100 soul knives at once. That kind of power was hard to fathom. However, Linling didn't plan to use it right now because he wanted to use it at the very end. 9 Vicious Blade. While the great demon king was blocking Linling's soul force, a blade slashed down from the sky. It was one of the dark horse leaders, the 9 Vicious Blade. He exploded with all of his strength, wanting to kill the great demon king in one blow and take the key. Unfortunately, although the blade was powerful, it wasn't fatal. It only made the great demon king bloody, and his demonic blood rained down like rain. Damned ant! The great demon king angrily roared. The 9 Vicious Saber wasn't frightening. What was frightening was soul force. Because of the interference of soul force, he couldn't focus on blocking that fatal saber strike. Brat, die here. The great demon king hated Linling more than anyone else. That was because Linling was too cunning. He only hid in the distance and shot arrows from behind. He didn't fight force with force. Next. At this time, a powerful sword slashed down. The void was split apart like water ripples. This was Nirvana, a domineering sword. Rumble, rumble. The great demon king's body trembled, and he was injured again. He spat out blood, and the black flames on his body dimmed significantly. It seems like the situation has changed after that young man joined the battle. He is indeed the biggest dark horse. Many celestial emperors were excited. This battle was too exciting. Countless dark horses had appeared, and finally, the king of the dark horses was born. Most importantly, the dark horse was only a 6th layer saint. This is a good chance. Die. Wu Shanging seized the opportunity and attacked crazily. She wanted to kill the great demon king and take the key. Seeing Wu Shanging attacking, many celestial emperors felt that the most crucial moment had arrived. They didn't know who would be the final winner. I'll kill him. In the distance, Xinyuan Jiutian said coldly. He was about to step out and fight for the final credit. No, celestial emperors of the 9 heavens, the real boss is at the back. If you attack now, you will be despised by the entire mortal world. Because you are taking advantage of the situation. A celestial emperor stopped him, causing Xinyuan Jiutian's expression to turn ugly. I just don't want Lin Ling to become the dark horse. He wants to rise, but I won't allow it. Don't worry, celestial emperors of the 9 heavens. Lin Ling's soul power is indeed powerful, but he can't kill with one blow. He's just doing someone else a favor. An older celestial emperor said with a smile. That's true. Xinyuan Jiutian pondered for a moment and nodded. Lin Ling could only do someone else a favor. He couldn't help but laugh. The great demon king is getting weaker and weaker. I wonder who can kill him. This is the best chance. Countless people stared at the battlefield and became excited. The critical moment had finally arrived. A large number of celestial emperors flew out, trying to fish in troubled waters and obtain rich battle credits. Despicable. The Dark Horse team shouted angrily. They had killed the great demon king, but many people were greedy for merit points. How despicable. Did you kill the great demon king? Since you didn't kill him, why are you talking nonsense? What does it have to do with me? Anyway, I'm going to take this 15,000 points barrier. Many of the celestial emperors who rushed to the battlefield sneered. As for the Dark Horse team, they were all gnashing their teeth. They were extremely unwilling and attacked even more crazily. Lin Ling is the real key to this battle. If it weren't for his soul power, the great demon king wouldn't have been injured. These guys are despicable. Bai Yuntiandi and the others were still resisting the demons. At this moment they were all angrily shouting. The great demon king was about to die, but no one cared about Lin Ling. Wasn't this too much? I hope the North Sea Celestial Emperor can take action and successfully kill him and get the key. The unhindered Celestial Emperor could only hope for the North Sea Celestial Emperor, because although Lin Ling's soul power was strong, it seemed that he couldn't deal a fatal blow. Kill! 9 Vicious Blade and the other Dark Horse team leaders gathered all their strength and prepared to fight to the death. They would not give the key to others. Rumble! In front of the ancient city, it was even more chaotic. The battle was even more intense than before. However, at this moment no one remembered Lin Ling. No one thought that if it weren't for the blue-robed youth's harassment, they wouldn't have been able to do anything to the great demon king. Perhaps in many people's hearts, Lin Ling was the Dark Horse king. Unfortunately, he was just a dark horse that helped others. It was just that they thought that Lin Ling's soul power couldn't deal a fatal blow. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling's strength was not his soul power. My prey, can you all snatch it? At this time a cold voice sounded. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky as if they wanted to cover the earth. No one knew when, but a blue figure suddenly appeared, looking down at the vast earth below. It's him. He actually didn't give up. However, he's definitely unwilling, so he wants to get the key. It's just that this action is equivalent to courting death. Ignore him. Many celestial emperor powerhouses sneered. Lin Ling could only harass the great demon king and couldn't kill him, so they didn't care at all. Swallow the mountains and rivers. However, when they didn't care in the sky, a cold voice sounded like the voice of an emperor. An ancient god descended from the heavens, and a majestic fist ruthlessly smashed down on the black flame giant. Chapter 1687. The key was in his hands. Quick, we must kill the great demon king before he makes a move. More and more sky emperors sped up their pace, forming a baleful aura that shook the entire true martial world. They couldn't just watch Lin Ling obtain the key. However, just as they were about to attack, the heavily injured great demon king suddenly raised his head, and a surge of aura burst out. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Black flames once again rushed into the sky. The great demon king, who was at the end of his rope, seemed to have recovered to his peak state. Boom! A terrifying punch blasted towards the sky, wanting to break the dome of heaven. In the sky, the ancient god emperor's figure was instantly blown apart. This accident happened very quickly. The crowd was stunned. They seemed to be able to see that the great demon king had used all his strength before he died. And that was why he killed Lin Ling. Haha! This Lin Ling is so stupid. Doesn't he know that the great demon king's final attack is the most terrifying? He's too impatient. He wants to get the key, but he doesn't look at his own strength. In just a moment, many heavenly emperors laughed mockingly. Lin Ling had been working for them all this time. Previously, when he was harassing them with his soul power, it was the same now. Without the Great Demon King's final attack, anyone who got close to the Great Demon King would die. Now that the Great Demon King's aura had exploded, he should be weakened, uprooting the heavens. However, in the sky, there was still an ancient god emperor's figure rushing down from the demonic clouds, delivering a fatal blow. Lin Ling, still not dead? Everyone's pupils constricted. The Great Demon King was also shocked. Die! The Great Demon King roared. The others didn't need to die, but Lin Ling must be killed because Lin Ling was the ant he hated the most. Boom! A majestic punch rushed into the sky, and the falling figure exploded again, blood splattering everywhere. Dead. This time he should be dead. The whole world seemed to be silent. Twice Lin Ling had died twice. Everyone stopped and stared at the dark demonic clouds in the sky. Wind strike. However, right at this moment, the demonic clouds seemed to contain heavenly might. A venerable emperor roared angrily and slapped down with his palm, as if he was trying to slay a demon. Not dead yet. At this moment many people's hearts exploded. The Great Demon King's eyes narrowed. He had killed Lin Ling twice before, but Lin Ling was still alive? Die! Another punch blasted the sky, and that figure was blasted apart. This time the Great Demon King laughed coldly. How could he not die? Uprooting the heavens. However, it was as if the craziest voice in the world had sounded again. It was filled with a strong murderous intent and determination. The rolling demonic clouds in the sky quietly dispersed. Looking over, it was unknown when a dense crowd of figures had gathered there. Upon closer inspection, they were all Lin Ling. Moreover, at this moment they were flying down like locusts. Their imposing manner caused the sky to change color. External incarnation technique. After killing one Lin Ling, there were still tens of millions of Lin Ling. One person turned into an army. Lin Ling seemed to be saying that the key to this barrier belonged to none other than Lin Ling. No god could stop it. Barren Cloud Great World. The Great Demon King was shocked. He gathered all his strength and formed a black volcano that soared into the sky. Boom! 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 The large number of figures that fell from the sky exploded at this moment. They couldn't stop the terrifying black flames, but there were still crazy figures that rushed down like fearless warriors. The whole world was silent. The celestial emperors of the three legends of the mortal world were staring at the battle ahead. At this moment the battlefield belonged to Lin Ling, and the light belonged to Lin Ling. They didn't know how to attack. Boom! With the final explosion of flames, tens of thousands of figures fell. The world was silent, as if Lin Ling's desperate attack had not achieved its goal. Good. Anyone can kill the Great Demon King, but Lin Ling can't. Far away, Xinyuan Jiutian was extremely nervous before. At this moment he finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This Lin Ling was too powerful. Even he had to admit that the other party was difficult to deal with. Is he dead? As for other places, the celestial emperors were muttering to themselves. Many of them were diamond-level powerhouses, but now they were all shocked by a silver-level celestial emperor. The key is mine. However, at this moment the last figure descended from the sky. This person had long hair and a blue robe. He held a golden sword in his hand. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. This was the real Lin Ling. The previous ones were just avatars and cannon fodder. Everything was for this moment and for this sword. You're not dead yet. The Great Demon King raised his head. His eyes were filled with fear. In his eyes there was a phoenix slashing down. The most dazzling sword in the world slashed down. It was as if there was nothing it could not slash. The pleasant cry of a phoenix spread throughout the world. The Great Demon King's tall body stood on the ground, motionless. As a gust of wind blew, his body was finally split from the center. It was as if a mountain was split into two from the middle. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. Blood rained down along with chunks of flesh. It was a shocking sight. Pa! In the midst of the blood rain, a figure floated down from the sky. He held an ancient sword in his hand and looked at the ground indifferently. At this moment the figure was like a killing god, like a peerless sword god. He stretched out his left hand. A dazzling light quietly floated down from the sky like a fallen leaf. It finally landed in his palm and was grasped by him. "The key is mine." A soft voice floated out. It was filled with confidence. The entire battlefield was silent. Everyone stared at the young man in the blood rain. Their expressions were stiff. There were countless experts here. Brick Realm heavenly emperors were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. However, even they did not obtain the key. Instead, a sixth-layer Saint Realm Jr. stood out and snatched the key. Dark Horse, this was the real Dark Horse. This guy really did it. On the other side of the ancient city, Wu Shangingsu covered her mouth with her hand. Her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ling had said that she would stop the devils while Lin Ling would kill the great demon king. At that time she did not care. Who would have thought that the young man she did not think highly of had done it? At the same time, Bai Yuntiandi and the others smiled happily. This was their captain. After the great demon king's death, the battlefield suddenly became very quiet. Everyone was still staring at the dazzling Dark Horse. At this moment a cold voice sounded. "The key does not belong to you. Take it out." In the crowd a man with long hair walked over. It was Zhou Xiongdao. At the same time there was also a handsome man with a sword on his back. His face was filled with anger as he walked over step by step. "We fought so hard, but you reaped the benefits of the fishermen. The key is not yours." He was one of the leaders of the Dark Horse team, Jianyi Bu. How could the two of them watch as Lin Ling snatched the key? However, in the face of their angry questioning, Lin Ling kept the key and smiled at the same time, but his eyes were extremely cold. Chapter 1688. Where is the gift? Get lost. Zhou Xiongdao and Yibu Jianxin trembled, not because they were afraid but because they were furious. In the distance, the celestial emperors narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling wasn't the weakest among the celestial emperors, but he wasn't the strongest either. He was just a cultivator of the sixth layer of the Saint Realm. There was no need for them to fear him. Haha. Zhou Xiongdao was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. "I know you are Lin Ling, the one who defeated Xinyuan Zhouyu. But do you think you are invincible in the heavenly emperor world? Let me tell you, Lin Ling, in this world, there is always someone better than you. You are a genius, but that does not mean others are mediocre. Others may be even more talented than you." Zhou Xiongdao, don't talk nonsense with him. Swordsman One Step also shouted coldly. He stared at Lin Ling and said, "Earlier Zhou Xiongsaber and I both delivered a fatal blow and caused great damage to the Demon King. Therefore you have to hand over the key." "Hand it over." "This Lin Ling is from the Seven Emperors world. He is shameless enough. Does he only know how to take advantage of others?" The crowd in the distance was also angry. Today was Lin Ling's stage. He had stolen their limelight, but how could they be willing to accept this? Facing the crowd's questioning, Lin Ling smiled. "You want the key? Sure, but you have to answer a few questions. First, before I came, did you injure the great demon king?" "No, but it is only a matter of time," Zhou Xiongdao said proudly. "Then you did not. Let me ask you again. If it were not for my soul power interfering with the great demon king, would you be able to injure him?" Lin Ling asked again. Zhou Xiongdao was silent because everyone could see that if it were not for Lin Ling's soul power, it would be very difficult for them to injure the great demon king. Third question, if the great demon king's goal was to kill me, would you be able to get close to him? Lin Ling said again, his aura overbearing. This one-step sword hero and 9 vicious blade were speechless. Before, Lin Ling had attracted the attention of the great demon king, which was why they were able to use their full strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to face the great demon king head-on. "If you can't answer me again, then why do you still want the key?" Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, shocking everyone so much that their ears hurt. No one could answer Lin Ling's question. "One last question. The great demon king was injured, so why didn't you guys succeed in killing him? But I did." Lin Ling laughed disdainfully and questioned everyone. He had used up all of his clones to obtain the key, and these people wanted to snatch it away. Was there such a good thing in the world? The crowd was silent. The faces of the heavenly emperors were ugly, all unable to answer. "Are you done?" After remaining silent for a few seconds, Zhou Xiongdao's face turned red and green. Finally, he shouted furiously, I don't care how you explain it. It's all a lie. I've been practicing cultivation for 50 years, and I'm lucky enough to be accepted by Champion University. I'm a celestial emperor. Today I must take the key. Linling, I advise you not to resist. You can't resist me. Indeed, I, one-step sword hero, have a great responsibility. I have to seal 10,000 enchantments, otherwise, what would my fellow disciples think of me? Would they still think that I'm the first genius? Linling, don't try to quibble. The one-step swordsman also said coldly. Both of them were genius celestial emperors and had never been defeated before. How could they lose to Linling today? Interesting, thought the crowd, smiling coldly. They could see that 9 Vicious Blade and one-step sword hero couldn't win against Linling. So they wanted to snatch the key. The 3 strongest teams were also watching this scene coldly. Xinyuan Zhoutian's eyes were filled with anticipation. Even GFA of the 7 Emperors world sneered. In the 7 Emperors world, our team is number 1. This Linling actually wants to become a dark horse team without my permission. Who gave him the guts to do so? So what do you want now? Asked Linling to 9 Vicious Blade and one-step sword hero. Give me the key and you won't die. That's the last thing I'll do for you. Zhou Xiongdao slowly unsheathed his saber. The saber light soared to the sky and roared. Sword hero one-step also unsheathed his sword. The sword light was like water, giving people a dreamy feeling. Linling, you also use a sword. Give me the key and maybe I'll teach you how to use the sword. The 2 of them were extremely confident. Of course, there was a reason for this. They were more powerful than Linling. If it were not for the fact that they had consumed too much spiritual energy, they would have easily killed Linling. Now, after Linling defeated the Great Demon King, his spiritual energy had also been depleted. In other words, he was the same as them. Under the same conditions, they naturally had the upper hand. Many celestial emperors also saw this, so they dared to pressure Linling. Okay, then I'll see where your gift is. Linling's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his left hand and a fiery curtain exploded. Then a ferocious roar came out. That aura made many celestial emperors' faces change. They felt a strong pressure. The fire was boiling and the dragon was roaring. Linling seemed to be hiding something. Didn't he use up a lot of spiritual energy to kill the Great Demon King? All the celestial emperors frowned. Although their cultivation was higher than Linling's, they were all exhausted. If Linling was at his peak, they would have to avoid him. Ah! Roar! A furious roar shook the surroundings. Under countless gazes, a slender figure walked out from the towering flames. His face was indifferent, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His left hand had turned into a flaming dragon claw, and the dragon claw was slightly clenched into a fist. Dragon claw! Roar! Zhou Xiongdao's face changed. He felt a strong pressure. This was the peak of Saint Rune martial arts. Where is the gift? Roar! Whoosh! At this moment, a fiery dragon roared in front of him. It brought with it a terrifying flame, causing Zhou Xiongdao to step back. His face was pale. After cultivating for 50 years, you still think you're a top genius? Roar! A disdainful voice floated out from Linling's mouth. He had already arrived in front of Zhou Xiongdao. The ferocious fiery dragon claw ruthlessly swept out. The power of fire was extremely terrifying. You don't know what's good for you. Ha! Seeing this, Zhou Xiongdao knew that he could not avoid it. He released all of his power into his blade and fiercely slashed out. Unfortunately, his cultivation was stronger than Linling's, but the power in his body was too little. On the other hand, Linling was at his peak and even had a dragon claw. Rumble! The claw swept out like a giant dragon. Under countless gazes, Zhou Xiongdao's blade was crushed and his entire body exploded. Flames sprayed out. Dead. Chapter 1689. A bet. This is your gift? Under countless gazes, Linling said coldly. At this moment he seemed to have transformed into the most violent and crazy fire dragon king. His eyes then fell on swordsman one step. Please teach me the way of the sword. Dang! 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 Swordsman one step's face turned ugly as he stepped back. Before, He was high and mighty and wanted to teach Lin Ling the way of the sword. But now that Lin Ling asked him for advice, he didn't dare to do so, because his current strength was on par with Zhou Xiong Dao. He thought it was enough to crush Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling was still at his peak? Impossible. What did you use to kill the great demon king? Impossible. This is impossible. Dang! Swordsman One Step kept stepping back and shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Physical strength. Dang! Lin Ling replied coldly. His body moved and pounced on Swordsman One Step, which made Swordsman One Step's face change. It was physical strength, which meant that Lin Ling was only using his full strength now. Wait! Dang! Swordsman One Step kept stepping back. Facing Lin Ling at his peak, he didn't dare to fight. Please teach me the way of the sword. Dang! Lin Ling didn't wait at all. These guys thought they were stronger than him, so they oppressed him. Now that they knew they were weaker than him, they wanted him to wait. How could there be such an easy thing? One step. Dang! Seeing Lin Ling getting closer, Swordsman One Step's face changed. The sword in his hand trembled, and the sound of the sword rang. He took a step forward and unsheathed his sword. Swordsman One Step. This showed how powerful his sword was. He only needed one step to kill the enemy. In his sword, the enemy couldn't escape even one step. This was a powerful genius from the King of Swords country of the Great Xianyuan region. Everyone in that ancient country was a sword cultivator, and he stood out from the many experts of that ancient country and became the strongest swordsman. Clang! Unfortunately, Swordsman One Step's sword was extremely weak. After clashing with the dragon claw, the sword was blocked. Flames spread and burned the sword. This is the way of the sword? Lin Ling stood in front of Swordsman Ibu with his dragon claw. Swordsman Ibu's face alternated between red and green. He was humiliated to the point of being speechless. Before, he thought that he was a reclusive genius. In the world of emperors, he could frighten anyone when it came to sword Dao. But now, Lin Ling was holding his sword and questioning his strength. You only dared to take my sword because I've exhausted too much of my spiritual qi. Ibu Swordsman raised his head and said coldly, You're just relying on the fact that you've been cultivating longer than me. Lin Ling also said coldly. His words made Swordsman Ibu's face stiffen, unable to refute. If you have the ability, how about we fight in the mortal world? Swordsman One Step said again unwillingly. Let's see if you can live. Lin Ling sneered. His dragon claw suddenly exerted force, and flames erupted. With a clang, Swordsman One Step's sword shattered. His pupils shrank. Lin Ling destroyed his sword? His eyes just looked at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He shouted angrily, Dragon soars to the universe. Boom! Rumble! Scorching flames erupted, as if a dragon was roaring. Destructive, domineering, and crazy energy rose from the ground, drowning One Step swordsman in it. Before he died, he didn't even leave behind a single word before he fell. In the distance, the heavenly emperors stared at the scene. Their hearts trembled. 2 dark horse teams fell just like that. It was too shocking. The dark horse squad didn't represent the strongest among the heavenly emperors, but it represented the strongest leadership, courage, and overall ability to see the bigger picture. And for the dark horse squad to be able to stand out, this showed how crazy they were. But now the 2 craziest leaders of the dark horse squad had both perished there. The 2 leaders wanted to provoke Lin Ling, who had emerged as a new force to be reckoned with. But reality proved that Lin Ling was the king of the dark horses. The key is here. Who dares to take it? In the silence, Lin Ling's arrogant voice drifted out. With the strength of a 6th-layer saint, he dared to provoke the 3 legendary heavenly emperors of the mortal world. If it was in the mortal world, it was simply impossible because Lin Ling's strength was not enough to laugh at the heavenly emperors. But the previous battle had proved everything, so no one dared to say anything. Lin Ling was too mysterious. Until now, no one was sure whether Lin Ling was still at his peak or not. The key was right in front of them, but no one dared to take it. What an arrogant guy. I finally understand why the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the other heavenly emperors submit to him. In the distance, Wu Xiangying breathed heavily, her full bosom bouncing like a rabbit. She had never thought that a rising junior would be able to make all the heavenly emperors not dare to face him. Let me kill him. In the distance, Xianyuan Zhoutian coldly shouted. He could not watch Lin Ling rise. If Lin Ling's team wanted to become the #1 dark horse team, he naturally would not agree. Heavenly Emperor Zhou, the big picture is more important. However, a heavenly emperor beside him stopped him. Currently, in the true martial world, there were very few heavenly emperors who could maintain their peak state, and Xinyuan Zhou was one of them. When their team met the devil race, most of them were teammates. Obviously, the Yungu Immortal platform was supporting him with all its strength. Even heavenly emperors who were stronger than him had to listen to his orders. Xinyuan Zhou took a deep breath. Indeed, the big picture was more important. If he took action, it would be difficult to face the other two teams. If there is no one, then I will take the key. Under the countless gazes, Lin Ling turned around and left. I'm afraid this guy is going to rise in the world of heavenly emperors. Many heavenly emperors had complicated expressions, especially some elders. They seemed to have seen a dazzling star flying into the vast sky, and would definitely hang high in the sky in the future. Lin Ling, the king of the dark horse team. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, the sound of clapping suddenly rang out. Many people looked over and found that it was Xinyuan Zhou from the Yungu Immortal platform. Many people could not help but think of the grudge between Xinyuan Zhou and Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed Xinyuan Zhou's younger brother, Xinyuan Zhue. There will be a good show to watch. Many heavenly emperors sneered. They did not dare to face Lin Ling, but Xinyuan Zhou definitely dared and had enough strength. Why? Do you want to take back your sword? Lin Ling stopped and looked into the distance indifferently. It's just a sword, my Xinyuan family can afford it. What I am interested in is that you, Lin Ling, are the king of the dark horse team. You are only slightly weaker than the three teams. Why don't we have a bet? Xinyuan Zhou said with a faint smile. Bet? The crowd was surprised. Xinyuan Zhou actually wanted to bet with Lin Ling? How would they bet? No matter how they looked at it, Lin Ling and Xinyuan Zhou did not have a chance to bet. Okay, what do you want to bet? Lin Ling laughed. He also wanted to see what the other party was up to. Chapter 1690. A vicious bet. You can even bet on this? Currently, the three teams have the most ceiling barriers. This is a well-known fact. That's right. As far as I know, Xinyuan Zhou's team has already sealed 30,000 of them. Xinyuan Zhou alone has already sealed 10,000 of them. This is only the current situation. He will definitely seal more in the future. No one knows how many he will seal in the end. Unless Lin Ling is an idiot, he definitely won't bet. No one thought that this was a fair bet. Many people even thought that Lin Ling's entire team was no match for Xinyuan Zhou. Alright, I'll bet. But what's the wager? However, just as everyone's thoughts rose, Lin Ling smiled and agreed. This guy is crazy. Many people were astonished. Lin Ling was courting death. Xinyuan Zhou was also very surprised, but he nodded. I won't settle our grudges in public. So, the bet is that if you lose, you have to kowtow to this memorial tablet in front of everyone and repent for your mistakes. After he finished speaking, a memorial tablet appeared in his right hand. Upon closer inspection, it was the memorial tablet of his younger brother, Xinyuan Zhue. How ruthless, kowtowing in front of the memorial tablet in front of everyone. Does Xinyuan Zhou want to treat Lin Ling as a slave or a servant? The crowd was in an uproar. Lin Ling was extremely surprised as well. After all, kowtowing to a memorial tablet was something done by family members. However, he and Xinyuan Zhue were not family members. If he kowtowed, other than being humiliated, it also meant that he, Lin Ling, was a slave, a servant, and even a sinner. Most importantly, he would have to kowtow in front of countless people. At that time, people would definitely laugh at him. Lin Ling. Do you dare? Of course, if you're afraid of losing, I'll give you a chance. I'll bet with your entire team to see who can seal more enchantments. Xinyuan Zhou sneered. His eyes filled with a cold light. Fine, but if you lose, I want you to kneel in front of me and smash your brother's memorial tablet. Do you dare? However, in terms of ruthlessness, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of ruthless people in his life. If he wanted to play, he would play big. The crowd's eyes widened. Lin Ling's bet was also very ruthless. Thinking about it, if the 9 spirits of heaven lost, He would have to kneel in front of Lin Ling in front of countless people and destroy the memorial tablet. Would the Xinyuan family still have any face left? Xinyuan Jiutian's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lin Ling's wager to be so fierce. However, he sneered and said, I agree. He would not lose at all, so what was there to be afraid of? Lin Ling, you're from the Seven Emperors' heaven. Who told you to steal the barrier? You should listen to my orders. A cold voice came from afar. It was GFA of the Seven Emperors' world. One had to know that he was the representative of the Seven Emperors' world. But now, Lin Ling was the representative of the Seven Emperors' world. How could he accept this? And who are you to order me around? Lin Ling frowned. He had never seen that person before. How dare you? GFA was startled and shouted angrily. He did not expect Lin Ling to refute him. Get out of here. Lin Ling did not know him at all, so he did not give him any face. Meanwhile, the Sky Emperor of the Unhindered Sky Emperor and the others smiled bitterly. Lin Ling had a strong personality. The more others bullied him, the stronger he would retaliate. However, GFA's background was not small. Putting aside his own identity, as far as they knew, GFA was the representative of the Seven Emperors' world. Good. I wanted to help you, but since you don't know what's good for you, I will watch you kowtow to the memorial tablet. GFA was so angry that he laughed. He also wanted to see how Lin Ling would lose. This GFA, Wu Xiangying and the other Sky Emperors of the Seven Emperors' world had ugly expressions. In order to not lose face, GFA actually joined forces with Xinyuan Jiutian to suppress Lin Ling. This was too much. Lin Ling stared at GFA and felt that it was ridiculous. He did not provoke GFA, but since GFA was so arrogant, he would just play with him. He shouted, then, do you dare to bet? If I win, not only will I kowtow to apologize, I will also die. If you lose, you will kowtow to Xinyuan Jiutian and break the memorial tablet. GFA immediately became silent. He also had to kowtow to Xinyuan Jiutian and break the memorial tablet? One had to know that the deceased was the most important. Xinyuan Jue was already dead, so breaking his memorial tablet was a humiliation to the Xinyuan family. You don't dare? Lin Ling walked forward and sneered. Who are you and who am I? Do I have to bet with you? GFA did not want to participate in the bet. I am betting with my life, but you are talking with your identity. If you don't dare, just say it. Haha, as a Sky Emperor and the representative of the Seven Emperors' world, you are so cowardly. You don't have to be the leader anymore. Lin Ling's mocking voice became louder, and many people nodded secretly. Indeed, Lin Ling was betting with his life, but GFA did not dare. If he did not dare to bet with his life, then he should have shut up obediently. GFA's face turned cold. He finally shouted, fine, I will bet. I will end your life with my own hands. You should go and break the memorial tablet. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. He was fearless and arrogant, and he led the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others into the ancient city. Arrogant. Many Sky Emperors stared at Lin Ling's back. They did not expect Lin Ling to be stronger than they thought. The more oppressed, the greater the rebound. This bet is interesting, but no matter how you look at it, Lin Ling can't win. However, many people were not optimistic about Lin Ling because Lin Ling's team had fewer people, and they did not know many sealed boundaries. At this moment, the ancient city was filled with the smell of blood. However, after the death of great demon King Huang Yuan, the demons all fled, leaving behind an empty city. Wu Xiangying and the others caught up and looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They did not expect this guy to be so terrifying. He was fearless even in the face of the human realm's highest deacon palace. Lin Ling, you should know that the Xinyuan family is a historical family with a long history. They know many secrets of heaven and earth, including the sealed boundaries of the Zhenwu realm. You have a low chance of winning against him. Wu Xiangying stared at Lin Ling and said, and as far as I know, he has sealed at least 10,000 boundaries. The most important thing is that he has done it alone. Hearing this, the North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others gasped. Their gains were not small, but they were much weaker than Xinyuan Jiutian. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Currently, he had only sealed 2,000 boundaries. It was indeed incomparable. And this is only the current situation. It is said that the three teams are playing a big game of chess. The game of chess appeared after the death of Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Also, I just heard that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's sealing barrier is not easy to obtain. It is very time-consuming. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Thanks for the reminder. However, although the Xianyuan family knows many secrets of heaven and earth, I know more. It is not difficult to surpass him. Chapter 1691. Stopping Lin Ling. It seems like my warning was useless. Wu Xiangying couldn't help but shake her head. She thought that Lin Ling was just trying to show off. However, she quite liked Lin Ling's fearless temperament. At least in the Seven Emperors world, he was the only one who dared to challenge Xianyuan Zhoutian. She smiled and said, "You and I have an agreement. Whoever kills the Great Devil King will get 10,000 enchantments. The remaining 5,000 will go to the other team. However, since you made a bet with them, I don't want the remaining 5,000 enchantments." Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Why was Wu Xiangying so forthright? "I'm not helping you. I just don't like them. Especially GFA. This guy only cares about his own glory. He doesn't care about the Seven Emperors world. Therefore I want you to win," Wu Xiangying explained. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, I won't take advantage of you. I will draw a map and tell you the locations of the enchantments. Moreover, there are a lot of them. However, they are scattered. It will take more time to seal them. So we don't owe each other anything." "You know about those enchantments?" Wu Xiangying was surprised. "Not only do I know about them, I also know that there are more than 200,000 enchantments in the true martial world. However, only 100,000 enchantments can be sealed," Lin Ling said indifferently. His words made everyone's complexion change. They didn't know about this. Wu Xiangying looked at Lin Ling again. She suddenly discovered that this junior brother of hers was emitting a mysterious aura. She couldn't see through him. "North Sea Celestial Emperor, you guys come with me. Because of the bet, I will take all the enchantments in the key." Lin Ling looked at North Sea Celestial Emperor and the others and said. They nodded without any complaints because Lin Ling had killed the Great Devil King. Moreover, without Lin Ling, they could only seal 5 enchantments at most. Now, each of them had sealed more than 1,000 enchantments. It was enough. "Be careful. The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, the Unhindered Heavenly Emperor," and the others urged. Lin Ling nodded. After drawing the map, he waved his hand and left. Xianyuan Zhoutian was indeed very strong, and Lin Ling was no match for him at the moment. However, in the realm of true martial, Lin Ling didn't need to be afraid of him. Most importantly, he knew that Xianyuan Zhoutian wanted to avenge his younger brother. Therefore, this enmity couldn't be resolved. It depended on who was stronger. And now, even if Xianyuan Zhoutian let Lin Ling go, Lin Ling would not let him go. Firstly, Xianyuan Zhoutian had almost killed him in the contest. Secondly, the Xianyuan family was the realm lord's enemy. Lin Ling definitely didn't have a good impression of Xianyuan Zhoutian. In the realm of true force, there are a total of 200,000 teleportation arrays. If we seal 100,000 of them, the passage between the demon realm and the mortal realm will be sealed. However, it's not easy to find the sealed barrier in the ancient city. Lin Ling moved forward along the ancient city. The Eye of Time constantly appeared, looking for traces of the past. Of course, he was more looking for the realm lord's traces. In the dreamlike mountain, Lin Ling knew the location of all the sealed barriers. However, the barrier in the ancient city was the biggest one. That was why he came here. However, although he had the key, it was very difficult to find the void because the void was constantly changing. Therefore, even if he knew the location, it was only an approximate location. No wonder the 3 strongest teams didn't make a move. So that's how it is. Their real big chess piece should be the 8 Desolation 6 Directions demon that appeared after the death of Great Demon King Baron Cloud. That Great Demon King also has the key in his hand, but the barrier he controls is not in the void. Lin Ling recalled. One was the barrier on the surface and the other was in the dark. Therefore, the 3 strongest teams would definitely look for the one on the surface. However, just because it was in the dark, it didn't mean that Lin Ling couldn't find it. Finally, in a remote corner of the ancient city, Lin Ling stood in front of an ancient stone sculpture. The stone sculpture depicted a demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its face was ferocious. Its appearance was like a fox and a wolf, and it had bat wings. It looked like a statue, but if one carefully looked at the stone sculpture, they would immediately be immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Lin Ling sneered. He took out the key and gently touched the stone sculpture. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A deafening sound rang out. The stone sculpture shattered, revealing a black vortex. It was actually a void passage. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He took a step forward. Suddenly, a terrifying demonic energy surged forth. It was as if countless hands were trying to tear Lin Ling apart. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. This void passage had such power? However, the current him could neither retreat nor advance. He could only resist this mysterious power. The demonic energy became stronger and stronger, causing Lin Ling's eyes to turn red. If it weren't for his powerful body, he would have already been torn to pieces. It was clear that this void passage prohibited humans from entering. As time passed, the black demonic energy unknowingly condensed into an illusory figure. It had bat wings and looked like a fox and a wolf. At this moment, it coldly stared at Lin Ling. I didn't think that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's key would be obtained by a junior like you. Unfortunately, the sealing enchantment inside is too important to be sealed by a human. The illusory figure could actually speak. It was clearly not an inanimate object. Get back. The illusory figure coldly shouted. In that instant, Lin Ling's entire body trembled. He immediately wanted to leave the void passage. That was too terrifying. The illusory figure's strength definitely surpassed his by far. But just as Lin Ling was about to leave, a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly looked up. You are only a type of demonic energy. You are not a real person, so this should be a method of the demon race. Moreover, you should be very far away. The illusory figure hoarsely said, You doubt me? But even if you know, with my current strength, I can still kill you. Boom! Rumble. An even more powerful demonic energy surged, causing Lin Ling's body to crack like glass. But it was only cracks. Because Lin Ling's body was strong, it was also constantly recovering. This is only one of my methods and you can't block it. How dare you boast so shamelessly? The illusory figure coldly laughed. Don't pretend. I admit that your demonic energy is terrifying. But because you are too far away, you can only control this much power. And this power obviously can't kill me. So you are using words to make me leave. Lin Ling looked up. His eyes were red with a hint of madness. The illusory figure suddenly changed. There was shock in his eyes. Lin Ling's words were true. You can still use at least 10% of your strength. As long as I can withstand that 10%, I can enter the void passage. Lin Ling said again. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames. The madness in his eyes was even stronger. Faintly, he saw a familiar figure in the void passage. It was the Realm Lord. The Realm Lord had been here before. Ignorant junior. You don't even know who I am, and you dare to speak such arrogant words. The illusory figure was furious. Chapter 1692. How dare you? How do you know that? The silhouette was astonished. That was a secret of the demon region. Indeed, the true martial world was the territory of the Great Eastern Devil King. The Great Eastern Devil King maintained a silent attitude towards the human sealing of the barrier. However, the Great Western Devil King didn't think so. He didn't want the barrier to be sealed. Therefore, he secretly let the Western Devil clan infiltrate this place to protect the barrier. For example, the Great Eastern Devil King and the Demon Lightning Bat Dragon were all under his control. Not many demons knew about that. Only the Great Demon Kings knew about it. However, some humans knew about it. How could he not be surprised? I also know that in the past, when the world leader was still alive, you were defeated by him. You also promised the world leader that you would never touch humans. Because of that, the world leader spared your dog life. But you didn't keep your word. After the world leader died, you started attacking humans. Said Lin Ling, how do you know that? The silhouette was even more astonished. It was as if someone had touched his bottom line. Initially, I just wanted to drive you away, but now no matter what, you have to die. Demon kings will never die. Demon. All the demon chi moved towards Lin Ling and turned into black lightning. It looked like a spider web which surrounded Lin Ling. Lin Ling was shaking even more violently. Even though it was just the strength of the silhouette, it was very difficult for him to resist. I will turn you into a demon. I will turn you into one of my people. I will make you submit to me forever. Your body, your family, your friends, and even your soul. Demon. A furious roar could be heard, causing the entire ancient city to tremble violently. Outside of the city, all the celestial emperors heard that. Their facial expressions changed drastically. Great Demon King Huangyun's sealed world was a secret. Haha. It is recorded in the ancient books that Great Demon King Baron Cloud's hidden enchantments are actually the enchantments of a great demon. It is very difficult to obtain those enchantments. Over the years, the guardians of the keys have been killed by humans many times. However, when they entered the void channel, they died. Lin Ling has triggered a taboo. Demon, said someone. It was the Empress of Suffering from Champion University. She represented the strongest team of Champion University. How does she know all this? No wonder the three strongest teams didn't make a move. It turns out that they were somewhat afraid of this taboo. It seems that the rumor is true. We were almost fooled before. Lin Ling was too greedy. For the sake of those 10,000 plus enchantments, he's about to die. After the group of heavenly emperor powerhouses froze for a moment, they all started laughing coldly. A dark horse was indeed formidable. But sadly, it could not be dark all the way until the end. Who killed Great Demon King Baron Cloud? At this very moment the earth began to wriggle, and the earth was overturned. An ancient devil snake whose end couldn't be seen actually swam out. This was the 8 Desolation 6 Directions devil. And its strength was even more powerful than Great Demon King Baron Cloud. Moreover, it had a key on its body, and it was rumored that its key could open 20,000 enchantments. Moreover, it wasn't in the void, so it was even easier to obtain. Rumble. The earth exploded, and a large number of tentacles suddenly rushed out from the ground. Even the Celestial the Arch, who was thousands of miles away, was caught off guard and bound by the tentacles. Then his essence was absorbed. The earth is its world. All of you fly. The group of heavenly emperor powerhouses shouted with solemn expressions. This 8 Desolation 6 Directions devil was too terrifying. The entire 10,000 miles of earth was its world. Not good, my sacred sea's power isn't enough to support me flying for too long. A heavenly emperor powerhouse said with a panicked look, his body starting to fall. But what welcomed him was the earth splitting open, revealing a huge mouth. The mouth was full of stinking teeth, as if it was a bottomless abyss. Ah! That heavenly emperor was swallowed alive. At this very moment no one paid attention to Lin Ling anymore. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling was already dead. Their gazes still landed more on the 8 Desolation 6 Directions devil. At this moment, in the ancient city, Lin Ling was enveloped by a black fiendish energy net. His entire body seemed to be splitting apart, and in front of him a phantom floated, full of cold laughter. You might be the last disciple of one of the mortal world's 3 great legends. Otherwise you wouldn't know so many secrets. But unfortunately, a proud son of heaven of your generation is going to fall here. From now on, you're going to become a devil. The phantom growled, making the black fiendish energy net wrap around Lin Ling. More and more it spread from Lin Ling's feet, gradually reaching his chest, turning into a black cocoon. Boom! However, just as Lin Ling's head was about to be submerged, a terrifying white flame burned out. Hundreds of ghosts howled. The souls of the demons that had died in the ancient city all rushed over. As if they were under someone's control, they crazily devoured the black cocoon. Woo woo woo. There was the Yellow Spring song being sung. The power of the law of fire? You're the Yellow Spring Great Emperor? That phantom was surprised. Controlling thousands of ghosts. Who could it be if not the Yellow Spring Great Emperor? Yellow Spring Flame. One of the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth. The flame that controls thousands of ghosts. The phantom's voice became more and more solemn. He did not expect that this junior was hiding such a secret. After all, possessing the 10 great divine flames of heaven and earth, he would become an emperor of heaven and earth in the future. Moreover, among emperors, his strength was not weak. Boom! However, it was not over yet. The ancient god emperor came, and the domineering aura of a king tore the black cocoon, causing it to slowly crack open. The domineering aura of an ancient god. The inheritance left behind by a powerful emperor in human history. The Phantom was even more surprised. How many secrets did this junior have? Good. You have hidden the most powerful secret of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak to use those secrets. Otherwise, I really can't devour you. Now you'd better turn into a demon. The Phantom sneered, and all the fiendish energy gathered, wanting to demonize Lin Ling. Moreover, it released all its power. Even if it was no longer guarding the void passage, it must devour Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's potential was too terrifying. Boom. The ancient god emperor and the yellow spring flame crazily invaded the black cocoon. Unfortunately, although these forces were strong, they were in a state of awakening, and obviously could not resist the power of the great demon king of the demon region. Haha! Seeing this, the Phantom sneered. The black fiendish energy continued to spread, passing through Lin Ling's neck, mouth and nose, as if it was going to cover his head in the cocoon. At that moment, no one could save Lin Ling. However, just as the black fiendish energy touched Lin Ling's eyes, an ancient aura spread out. Lin Ling's closed eyes slowly opened, and the aura of a true master of heaven and earth erupted. How dare you? It was just a simple word, but it carried the unshakable majesty of heaven and earth, like a divine hymn, like the words of an emperor. It's you. The Phantom let out a frightened voice, and under that sentence, its body exploded and turned into ashes. That one sentence, that one look was terrifying. Chapter 1693. Sealing 10,000 barriers. Lin Ling frowned as he felt a sharp pain in his head. He was surprised to find that his cultivation had broken through to the 7th layer of the Saint Realm, and his Dantian Saint C had become extremely powerful. Yellow Springs Flame. Yellow Springs Flame. At the same time, Lin Ling found that the Yellow Springs Flame was burning on his body. This time, his physical body was not afraid of the Yellow Springs Flame, which made him very happy. Although Lin Ling had been able to use the Yellow Springs Flame for a long time, it was only a small amount. This time it was 10 times more powerful than before. It seems that under pressure, one's potential can be unleashed even more. However, how did I resist the Western Great Demon King's power? Lin Ling pondered and finally shook his head. He had no choice but to step into the void passage. The void passage was pitch black and a mysterious power was emitted all around, making Lin Ling feel as if he had entered water. As he continued forward, black spiderwebs appeared all around the void passage. This piqued Lin Ling's curiosity. He tugged at the spiderwebs and pulled them into his hand. Instantly, he discovered that these spiderwebs were extremely tough and had a dense demonic aura. Your Majesty, this is the Void Divine Spider's silk. Elder. At this time, Purple Elder's surprised voice sounded. Previously, the Shadow's power was too great and he did not dare to appear because he knew that he would die. The Void Divine Spider's silk is produced by the Void Divine Spider. It is extremely tough and has the power of the void. It is one of the few demonic beasts that can live in the void. Most importantly, this spider's silk is one of the materials to forge the tyrannical song sword. Elder Z explained. Lin Ling was overjoyed and quickly collected all the spider webs around him. This kind of treasure could only be found by chance. Lin Ling did not expect to find it. Your Majesty, as long as you use the Yellow Springs Flame, your Fire Martial Dao will have the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Elder Z said with a smile. The power of the laws of heaven and earth was above the Saint Rune Martial Dao. If Lin Ling wanted to reach that level, he would have to comprehend the power of the laws of heaven and earth. However, there was another way, which was to have a powerful innate talent, such as a divine flame. Divine flame, represented its power. Plop! Lin Ling's heart pounded violently. The power of law. He actually possessed a wisp of the power of law. Moreover, when you broke through the demonic energy earlier, your fiend god overlord physique absorbed a large amount of energy. It seems that you aren't that far away from the 10th grade of the heaven realm. Elder Purple said again. As expected, One who survived a great disaster was bound to have good fortune later on. 10th grade heaven rank, only 1 grade away from God tier talent? And now I'm 1 step closer to the heaven rank. Lin Ling's jaw dropped. Even though he had faced countless storms and waves and was used to being emotionless, he couldn't help but be ecstatic at this moment. This time his strength had really increased greatly. As long as it was a Saint Realm expert, even if it was a gold-level heavenly emperor, he could obliterate them. Lin Ling and Violet Elder chatted as they walked. Not long after, the space in front of them suddenly became bigger. At a glance, countless ancient stone formations were situated there. There were a total of 15,000 enchantments. The great demon king of the West hid the enchantments and didn't let humans seal them. I wouldn't have thought he'd help me. Looking at the stone formations, Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy. This time he had to win the bet. Besides, he had to obtain a large amount of points to exchange for the treasures he needed. Then, Lin Ling started sealing the enchantments. At the same time, in the Deacon's Palace of the human world, the cultivators of the human world were staring at the map. Lights were flickering on the map. They were getting closer and closer to the 100,000 enchantments. But at that moment, lights started flashing in a certain place on the map. Slash. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at those lights, there were probably over 10,000 of them. Moreover, they were all gathered together. Clearly, someone had found the sealing spirit formation. Haha, it must be Xian Yuanzhoutan. The leader of the Sky King couldn't help but burst into laughter. Many people remained silent. Even they thought that Xian Yuanzhoutan had sealed the 10,000 enchantments. The leader of the Sky King looked at Champion University and the 7 Emperors World disdainfully. The 2 Battle Kings of Champion University pulled a long face, but then they looked at the 7 Emperors World and laughed. The Xian Yuan clan has sealed the big ones, and the rest belong to Champion University. So, the 7 Emperors World won't be able to do anything. Even though Champion University wasn't as strong as Yungu, they were definitely stronger than the 7 Emperors World. What's the difference? Because you're not as strong as Yungu, you're trying to gain face from the 7 Emperors World? Said a woman from the 7 Emperors World, smiling icily. The 2 Battle Kings of Champion University groaned icily, but they didn't say anything. After the result, they would trample on the 7 Emperors World. Those strong cultivators didn't care about who had sealed the most enchantments. They cared about which of the 3 mythological cultivators was stronger. Therefore, no one wanted to throw away their dignity. GFA must have sealed a lot of enchantments. I hope the 7 Emperors World can seal 20,000 enchantments, whispered one of the 7 Emperors World's cultivators. At that moment, Lin Ling was still sealing enchantments like crazy. He looked at his talisman and smiled happily. Those were all cultivation resources. After a long time, all the enchantments in the sky lit up. They were dazzling. So far, Lin Ling had sealed 19,000 enchantments by himself. With the team's enchantments, he had sealed 30,000 enchantments. And that was just the current estimate because Zhong Motian and the others were still sealing enchantments. It was possible that there were more than 30,000 enchantments. There's an empty space passage ahead? Lin Ling looked around. There was another passage leading to the depths of the world. Lin Ling thought for a few seconds and decided to follow it. The passage was quiet. He didn't know where the end was. After a long time, Lin Ling arrived at the end. A black ocean appeared in front of him. It was vast and boundless. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky. This empty space passage led to a sea somewhere in the true martial realm. Rumble. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the front. A huge black tortoise was swimming in the sea. The tortoise was so big that it looked like a huge island. Surprisingly, there was a flag on the tortoise's shell with a few words embroidered on it. Demon Realm's 5 Great Emperors, Great Demon King of the East. Chi. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He had actually met one of the Demon Realm's 5 Great Emperors. Little friend, since you're here, why don't you drink a bowl of strong wine before you leave? At that moment, a smiling voice floated over. Lin Ling's heart trembled. He had been discovered. With his current strength, he would definitely die if he met an Emperor Realm Demon King. Good wine, good people, and good hometown. If you drink to your heart's content, this king will give you 50,000 enchantments. However, the voice floated over again. making Lin Ling's heart beat violently. He knew that there were 200,000 enchantments in the true martial realm. However, many of them were guarded by top powerhouses and couldn't be sealed. That was why the Deacon Palace of the mortal world said there were 100,000 enchantments. Now, the Demon Realm's Emperor wanted to give him 50,000 enchantments. Chapter 1694. Their auras collided. Alright. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling shot out from the void passage and floated towards the sea. He knew that if the Eastern Demon King wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have said so much. Therefore, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, he had a feeling that the Eastern Demon King had been waiting for him for a long time. You have guts. A laugh came from the sea, causing the clouds in the sky to split open. Pa! When Lin Ling stepped on the giant turtle shell, he realized that this place was like a city. There were all kinds of tall figures around him. Some were like crocodiles, some were like birds, and so on. At this moment, they were all looking at Lin Ling coldly. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered such a powerful aura. Your Majesty, they are all at the level of Wu Shang. Purple Elder's serious voice floated over. Anyone here could easily kill Lin Ling. Obviously, these demons were one of the oldest existences in the world. However, these demons only looked at Lin Ling and didn't say anything. Lin Ling even saw a 5-meter-tall scorpion demon looking at him with a smile, as if it knew Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling a little stunned. He continued to move forward and soon, a pavilion appeared in front of him. A 10-meter-tall man was sitting there with a huge blade beside him. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked mighty and domineering. This is the Eastern Demon King. Lin Ling frowned. This was the first time he saw this terrifying demon. Only now did he know how great the pressure was. Come, drink. The man waved his hand and picked up the wine bowl in his hand to drink. The wine bowl was more than 2 meters wide, like a small pond. Bang! At the same time, a demon carrying a wine bowl walked out and placed it not far in front of the man. Then he signaled Lin Ling to sit down. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Was this drinking wine? The wine bowl was bigger than him. How could he drink it? Little friend, are you not going to give me the honor? The tall man laughed. To be able to drink with the great demon king of the East is this kid's lifetime fortune. How can this kid not give you face? At this time, Lin Ling couldn't retreat. He sat down in front of the great demon king of the East and lifted the wine bowl with one hand. However, just as he was about to lift the bowl, he discovered that it was very heavy. Not being able to drink when there's wine, that's not something a man would do. The surrounding demons laughed loudly, as if they were watching a good show. The wine was Thousand Devil wine. It looked like liquid, but it was extremely heavy. The wine bowl was made of devil ash stone, so it was extremely heavy. Without the power of 10 universes, it was impossible to lift it. Otherwise, there would be no need for the devils to carry the wine bowl out. Clearly, these devils were not only here to watch a good show, they also wanted to see if this legendary man lived up to his reputation. There's wine, but I can't drink it. To me, that's like killing me. I just hope this wine is spicy enough. Lin Ling naturally understood the intentions of the surrounding demons. However, if they wanted him to lose face, then they would be disappointed. His small world was boiling as he raised the bowl of wine with his right hand and poured it into his mouth. This guy. The eyes of the surrounding demons widened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. That's a real man. The great demon king of the East laughed loudly. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a junior with a hint of admiration. Of course, to him, Lin Ling was indeed a junior. Swoosh! The wine entered his throat, hot and impactful. However, after drinking it, Lin Ling felt comfortable all over. He couldn't wait to roar towards the sky. That's a real man's wine. At this moment, he dared to take his sword and slash it towards the 9 heavens. You don't look big, but you're so crazy when drinking wine. People who can drink are magnanimous and unruly. The great demon king of the East laughed. He could see that Lin Ling didn't use the power of the Saint Sea to refine the wine. Instead, he used his physical strength to speed up the refinement. As a result, although the wine disappeared quickly, the wine was stronger. Good wine, give me another bowl. After Lin Ling finished his bowl, He smashed it heavily on the ground, causing the hearts of the surrounding demons to tremble fiercely. This little guy was really forthright. Bring the wine. Come. The great demon king of the east waved his hand, and the two of them began to drink. Although it was the first time they met, they seemed to have known each other for a long time. Drinking like this seemed to date back thousands of years. I'm old, I can't compare with you juniors. Haha. Great demon king of the east, you're old but vigorous. Haha. Haha, with your words I'll drink. Haha. The two of them let go of any shackles and drank to their heart's content. Lin Ling was the same. He felt that he had known the great demon king of the east for a long time. However, he was still curious as to what conditions the great demon king of the east would give him. Little friend, how about staying in the demon area and marrying my daughter? Haha. Finally, the great demon king of the east put down his bowl and looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. The surrounding demons were all looking at Lin Ling with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Stay in the demon area. You're the master of the 5 forces. You can kill whoever you want and do whatever you want. The great demon king of the east said again. I missed it in the past. I'm not qualified to be a father, so today I won't miss it again. Whether you're a human or a demon, you can do whatever you want. Lawlessness is the foundation of the demon race. Yes. That's right, little friend. Stay here. The other demons also opened their mouths. Lin Ling was a little surprised. He didn't expect this condition. He looked up at the great demon king of the east and said, Do I have to marry my daughter to get the 50,000 barriers? Yes. Yes, if you refuse, you'll die here. Yes. The great demon king of the east stopped drinking and looked at Lin Ling coldly. I refuse. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and said boldly. He had a lot of things to do in the human world. How could he stay here? Boom! At this moment, the atmosphere above the giant tortoise instantly became heavy. Countless demons revealed murderous intent. The great demon king of the east was one of the 5 emperors of the demon world. No one could refuse him. You want to die? The great demon king of the east's face became cold. A powerful demon aura surged out, causing the sky to change color. If it was any other time, his aura alone was enough to make Lin Ling surrender. But now, it seemed that he had drunk the strong wine of the demon area. Lin Ling's heart was only filled with a heroic spirit that wanted to soar into the sky. Death can't threaten me. He stared at the great demon king of the east. A touch of lawless aura quietly awakened and gradually grew stronger. Boom! Boom! As if 2 emperors were colliding, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. It actually turned the clouds in the sky into waves and rushed out a vacuum area. The surrounding demons sucked in cold air. In their eyes, it was the collision of the aura of the strongest emperors in the world. The invisible domineering aura made them feel like prostrating themselves in worship. So scary. That kid actually has the aura of a king, and it's not weaker than the great demon king of the east. Bang! A demon sat down on the ground with a plop. In the whole world, there were very few who dared to collide with the aura of the great demon king of the east, and that young man was one of them. Shocking, extremely shocking scene. The giant and the human looked at each other, but they were evenly matched. Rumble. Chapter 1695. Li Xiao, you're still as stubborn as before. After a long time, the great demon king of the east lightly sighed. That dreadful king's chi was also restrained. He lightly said, You still haven't found yourself, but your king's chi is beginning to awaken. Slowly, you will be able to return to the past. In the past, you drank with me. At that time you were very small, but you were also a newly risen king's chi. You didn't fear me and made a promise to me. Today you're doing the same again. However, I regret my promise. I shouldn't have stopped you. Whether you're a human or a demon, doing whatever you want and being lawless is the way of survival in the world. I value the rules too much. All these years, the demon region's 5 great emperors have wanted to dip their fingers into the human world, but I refused. As long as the barrier is not broken, they will not be able to step into the human world. However, against the demon region's 4 great emperors, I won't be able to resist them for long. Hearing this, Lin Ling raised his head. As if it was the first time he met the Eastern Demon King, he lightly said, "Why?" He didn't understand. The Eastern Demon King was a member of the demon race. Why didn't he join forces with other demon kings to touch the human world? For my daughter, for me, all the hegemony of the world is fake. Only family is real. In the past, I missed my daughter, so I won't miss her again. After all, I'm only a father, not the Eastern Demon King. The Eastern Demon King picked up the wine and drank it boldly. Lin Ling's body trembled. In his eyes, this was a tall and mighty father. For his daughter, he shouldered everything. And his daughter was Xian Yuangu. In fact, you've more or less realized who you are. It's just that the news is too sudden and you haven't adapted yet. The Eastern Demon King looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling's face was dignified. He heavily nodded. After the trip to the ghost realm, he saw the past and present life. However, he couldn't see the past 100 lives. In addition to the trip to the demon area, he saw the young man at the dreamlike mountain and so on. Now he actually felt it in his heart. It was just that things were too sudden. In fact, it was only after he had left Dreamlike Mountain that he had vaguely guessed what had happened. And that guess was that he, Lin Ling, was the reincarnation of the realm master of heaven and earth. Xian Yuangu was his first love in his previous life. He didn't obtain the Eye of Time by luck. Instead, it was something he left behind before he reincarnated. Everything was for the sake of making a comeback. Unfortunately, guesses were just guesses. He had lost too many memories, so he still felt that it was too sudden. Li Xiaoyao, in your previous life, you were free and unfettered. Heaven and earth allowed you to do whatever you wanted. Unfortunately, you missed out on many things. In order to make up for the regrets of your previous life, you reincarnated and started cultivating again. Of course, I also heard that you fought against the strong cultivators of the outside world. In the end, you were betrayed by them and died. I don't know who the experts from the outside world are, but I can tell you this. Not to mention the experts from the outside world, even in this world, there are many people who want to kill you. So before you grow up, it's best that you don't reveal this secret. The great demon king of the east said lightly. Thank you. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he calmly replied. His gaze turned to the distance, as though he was looking down on the world. This place used to be his world. This is you, Li Xiaoyao. Staring at Lin Ling's domineering eyes, the great demon king of the east laughed. The former god of slaughter, the former emperor, the man who once dominated the world, seemed to be more and more familiar with him. In my previous life, because humans and demons couldn't walk together, I made a promise to break the rules of heaven and earth until I had the strength to do so. However, it was already too late when I came back. In this life, I will also break the rules. Whether humans or demons, I, Lin Ling, am lawless, and the rules will be created by me. Lin Ling stood up with the wine bowl in his hand. The moment I come back, no rules will be of any use to me. I will complete the predestined marriage and protect your daughter. After saying that, he crazily drank the wine in the bowl and then smashed it on the ground. And this time I won't let her wait too long. Good. Good. Men, take him to the 50,000 enchantments. The great demon king of the east also laughed. Compared to Lin Ling's tall body, Lin Ling was like an ant. However, in the eyes of the demons, both of them were indomitable emperors, the most ancient existences in heaven and earth. He wanted Lin Ling to stay, but he also knew that he couldn't keep this proud man. However, Lin Ling's promise was enough, because Lin Ling was a man of his words. Xian Yuangu, wait for me. Lin Ling deeply looked into the distance and strode forward. At present, he actually didn't recover his memories of the past, but he knew everything. Therefore, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't run away from the predestined marriage. He would fulfill his promise because he knew that when he recovered his memories, if he knew that he missed the girl from thousands of lives ago, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Perhaps he would enter the reincarnation cycle again to find her. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. When Lin Ling left, the girl looked at his back from afar and couldn't help but laugh. She didn't want to use the promise of thousands of lives to bind Lin Ling. So she would wait. Wait until the moment when Lin Ling willingly came to find her. She believed that when Lin Ling recovered his memories, he would come to find her. Li Xiaoyao, free and unfettered for a lifetime. The great demon king of the east also looked at the departing figure. Everything that happened in history appeared in his mind. When that man's name spread throughout the world at that time, the ghost region was swept away by that man. No one was unconvinced. The 5 demon emperors of the demon region were all defeated. That man fought 1 against 5 and ruled the world. That shadow quietly merged with the youth in front of him. And when Lin Ling went to the seal, a large number of barriers in the true martial world were also sealed. Under the joint efforts of the Sky Kings, the 8 Desolation 6 Directions demon was finally annihilated. The 30,000 barriers he left behind were also divided among the 3 teams. Among them, the 9 spirits of heaven got the most. All of his barriers had reached 20,000. And in the following time, he wasn't willing to stay here. He led the team, frantically looking for the scattered barriers, and then sealed them. Finally, at a certain moment after the efforts of the Sky Kings, the number of barriers in the entire true martial world reached 100,000. Moreover, it was the most in history. 120,000 barriers were sealed. This trip to the demon realm finally came to an end. Many people in the 3 mysteries of the human realm had received the news. They were quietly waiting for the heroes of the human realm. As for the 3 great myths of the human realm, they were also filled with anticipation. They wanted to see which myth would be the most dazzling hero of the human realm this time. Similarly, the Deacon Palace of the mortal realm was also quietly waiting for the result. The entire mortal realm was in an uproar at this moment. It could be said that it was the focus of attention. And in the true martial world, a large number of figures walked out. Their faces were tired, but their eyes were full of energy. Although this time they narrowly escaped death, their harvest was quite rich. If they exchanged the merit points, it would be enough to greatly improve their strength. Obviously, after this mission, a large number of experts with the title of Xiandi would be born in the mortal realm. Chapter 1696. At that moment, the 10,000 Brilliance Mountain was a mountain range that represented endless radiance. It was the place where the heroes of the past generations of humanity awarded their glory. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered at that sacred and majestic mountain range. The peak experts of the 3 profound of the human world were all quietly waiting there. At a glance, the entire mountain was filled with people. A large number of titled Xiandi cultivators were also waiting there. They looked at the returning heavenly emperors with smiles on their faces. It was as if they were watching their juniors grow up. Obviously, they had also entered the world of true martial in the past, and they had the proudest moments. Of course, their gazes were more or less focused on the sky. They also knew that the highest authority of the human realm, the Executive Hall, was also paying attention to this place. There are 3 myths in the human world: Yungu, the celestial stage, the 7 great emperors of the world, and Champion University. Which myth has the most sealed barriers? It must be the Yungu immortal platform. I heard that people from the Xianyuan family were dispatched this time. That family is famous for creating miracles in the mortal world. 100 years ago, it was also the Xianyuan family that sealed the most enchantments. They are the family that contributed the most to the mortal world. The 7 emperors world is definitely the last. This 7 emperors world has always been selfish. As long as it's related to the human race, they won't contribute anything. What nonsense are you talking about? Am I not telling the truth? You're from Xianpeng province, so you'll definitely side with yourselves. But that's the truth. You don't have to get angry out of humiliation. Die for me. While they were waiting, many experts began to fight. It was obvious that the other party had humiliated Xianpeng province, and the martial artists of Xianpeng province could not stand it. All of you stop. The entire mortal world is paying attention to this. What are you doing? One of the titled Xiandi shouted angrily, stopping the battle in the mountain range. The titled Xiandi stared at some of the people and said coldly, "You people apologize. If you don't, get the hell out of here." Those people were from Xianpeng province, subordinates of the new emperor. Among them were Lord Pu, Lord Shuiwu, and other experts. "We apologize." Lord Pu and the others frowned. "He's just telling the truth. Why are you interrupting? Your Xianpeng province is indeed the worst. This is the truth. Apologize or get lost. Don't think that just because you're representing Xianpeng province, I won't dare to teach you a lesson." The expert titled CND shouted angrily. Oh, since when did the Yungu Immortal platform get involved in the affairs of our Xianpeng province? It was Lu Susu. The man with the title of CND narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Those juniors have no respect for their elders. It's fine if they're trash, but they don't allow others to talk about them. Is Xianpeng province so uneducated? Enough. We still haven't decided what to do with the barrier. And you, mortal fairy CND, don't have the right to decide everything. Also, don't think that we, the 7 Emperors Heaven, are easy to bully. If you want to fight, I will fight with you. Lu Susu shouted coldly. She was usually smooth and slick, but now she was angry. Immortal Emperor, immortal Emperor. Don't say too much. When the time comes to announce the results, some people and places will lose face. After all, everyone's eyes are as clear as snow. She was a titled Celestial Emperor as well. She was also a titled Celestial Emperor. That's true. The expert called Mortal Fairy CND sneered. On the other side of Xianpeng province, everyone's faces were pale. The people of Xianyuan and Xianhuangdayu were too arrogant. Did they think that Xianpeng province was trash? Don't worry, the 7 Emperors Heaven won't embarrass Xianpeng province this time. Lu Susu comforted them. However, she didn't have much confidence in her heart, because this kind of backwardness had been around for thousands of years. More and more heavenly emperors are coming back. Someone shouted. Right at this time someone shouted. It was only to see that far away in the horizon, a large number of powerhouses stepped on the clouds, arriving in a grandiose manner. They were shockingly those heavenly emperor powerhouses. The crowd was excited. Many people were excited. When would they become celestial emperors? The whole world would pay attention to them. The celestial emperors in the distance were divided into 3 groups. Xianyuan Tian was the leader of Yungu Celestial Emperor. Champion University was the leader of the Calamity Celestial Emperor. And GFA was the leader of the 7 Emperors Heaven. They were enjoying the attention of the crowd. At that moment they looked at the crowd proudly. Welcome back everybody, said an ancient voice in the sky. The crowd was astonished because that voice came from the deacon's palace. At this moment, in the highest hall of the human world, those major characters of the mortal world were all paying attention to the great earth as their eyes flashed with anticipation. As for the sky sovereign on the ancient charm immortal platform, he was filled with confidence. As for the 7 emperors of the 7 emperors world, they were all feeling somewhat nervous. At their level, what they cared about was reputation and contribution to the mortal world. Therefore, the 7 Emperors Heaven couldn't lose face this time. You've finished sealing 100,000 layers, and you've done more than anyone else in history. The entire human world is proud of you, but there's a difference between the top and the bottom. Therefore, this time we'll see who's stronger and who's weaker. Let's see which of the 3 legends has sealed more layers. Give me your jade tokens, said the voice majestically. There was no first place in literature, no second place in cultivation. It was the same everywhere. There would always be competition. Because of competition, the celestial emperors would become stronger. First place, Yungu Celestial Emperor. Champion University. Champion University. The entire Wanhui Mountain was cheering. All the cultivators of the different regions were supporting their legends. The proud celestial emperors glanced at each other and walked out. A gigantic stone fell from the sky and landed on the ground. It was used to examine the sealed layers. Champion University's team go, said the disaster celestial emperor indifferently. She didn't immediately go to examine the sealed layers because her team was the strongest. All right, let's show everybody the glory of Champion University. Many people walked out from Champion University's team and took out their jade tokens. One after another, they put their jade tokens on the mysterious boundary testing stone. At that moment, the boundary testing stone dazzled. The gigantic stone appeared and sealed layers appeared. Champion University's team had sealed more than 10,000 layers. So far, they had sealed more than 120,000 layers, and they had sealed more than 10,000. It was a great achievement for the human world. How strong! Those sealed layers are protected by demons. They sealed more than 10,000 layers. They must have fought many battles. That's Xiao Feng, the Celestial Emperor. He's so handsome. He's my hero. Many peerless geniuses looked at the celestial emperors in admiration. Disaster Celestial Emperor, it's your team's turn, said a strong cultivator with the title Xiandi indifferently. He looked impatient. The entire Wanhui Mountain was silent. One of the 3 strongest teams of Champion University. How many layers had they sealed? Even the 2 great champions of Champion University were excited. They wanted to see the glory of Champion University. All right. Chapter 1697. The 7 Emperors' world had failed. Many people were staring at the gigantic stone. It was the Merit Stone. The Disaster Celestial Emperor's team had almost 20,000 talismans. 20,000, a team has sealed 20,000 deployment layers, and they only have 20 people. That's insane. As far as I know, ordinary Celestial Emperors can only seal 10 deployment layers in the world of true martial arts. But 20,000? It's unimaginable. That means that Champion University has 30,000 barriers, thought Lin Feng. Everybody was astonished because sealing deployment layers was very difficult. First, they had to find the right deployment layers. Second, they had to fight against the Demon Clan. Apart from incredible cultivators, who could do that? Champion University. Champion University. Disaster Celestial Emperor. After a few seconds of silence, everybody started cheering. Champion University had done their best for the human world. In the Deacon Palace, the cultivators of the human world were astonished. It was one of the battle kings of Champion University. He smiled indifferently and said, I'm satisfied. Compared to 100 years ago, there are a few thousand more barriers. He sounded proud. The strong cultivators of the human world remained silent, especially the 7 Emperors' world. They all looked glum. They hadn't thought Champion University would do so well. Besides, Emperor Li Shou and the others saw that the champion looked at them disdainfully and mockingly. Bastard! Emperor Li Shou was furious. He could only hope that GFA from the 7 Emperors' world would win. At that moment the crowd was still cheering. The Celestial Emperors of Champion University slowly left. They puffed out their chests and looked proud. At the same time, a strong cultivator with the title Xiandi looked at them approvingly and said, We'll announce this to the entire human world. You've contributed to the human world, you're heroes. Thank you, Master, said the Disaster Celestial Emperor, nodding on behalf of Champion University. He took a big step forwards and led the way. Move away, trash, do you think it's fun to watch? At that moment in Xianpeng Province, the disciples of the 7 Emperors' world were astonished. But at that moment, the Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others walked towards them and shouted icily. Everyone's pupils constricted. These people called them trash? They pulled long faces. In the Wanhui Mountain, the 3 Xianxian cultivators of the human world had their own groups. The 7 Emperors of the world were in one mountain range, Champion University was in another, but Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others had come to humiliate them. The disciples of the 7 Emperors' heaven were unwilling to accept this. Among them, the 7 Emperors' heaven's 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, Lai Qing, and the others were about to speak. Shut up. He just returned from a great battle, expended his blood and sweat to seal the barrier, and contributed to humanity. He's a hero. Can't I say a word about you? Before Lai Qing and the others could say anything, an old man with the title of Xiandi shouted from the distance. He was one of the hosts of the assessment. As soon as these words came out, the people of Xianpeng Province all stared with their eyes wide open. Before they could even speak, the other party had already reprimanded them. Everyone looked at Lu Susu, hoping that these strong people would stand up for them. After all, the other party had already bullied them. Would it kill you to speak? He deserved this honor. If you don't accept it, then blame yourselves for not living up to expectations. But the old man also looked at Lu Susu and the others indifferently. Lu Susu and the others' eyes were ice cold, but they waved and said, Let them pass. Go. What? The people of Xianpeng Province ground their teeth, but they still made way. The people of Champion University smiled disdainfully and walked through the crowd in high spirits. I'm sorry, this isn't Xianhuangdayu's territory. Sorry to disturb you. Suddenly, the catastrophe Celestial Emperor was stupefied. She waved and left with the crowd. She had just realized that this wasn't Xianhuangdayu's territory. Furious. Everybody in Xianpeng province was furious. The catastrophe celestial emperor had done it on purpose. Haha. In the distance, the martial artists of the Xianhuang domain laughed. Although the three mysterious realms of the mortal realm were united, where there were people there was bound to be competition. Therefore, the three mysterious realms often competed with each other in secret. At this moment, the Xianhuang domain had vented its anger and was showing off. The Seven Emperors world, it's your turn. At this moment someone spoke up, causing countless gazes to turn towards the team of the Seven Emperors heavens. Lu Susu, the Supreme Celestial Emperor, and even the disciples of Xianpeng Great Region and Seven Emperors Heaven became nervous. If they wanted to reclaim Xianpeng Great Region's dignity, they would have to rely on these teams. The strongest team in the Seven Emperors world was none other than GFA's team. First, the Seven Emperors world's team would be the first to test the theory, followed by GFA's team. At this moment, GFA was brimming with confidence, as if he was the only savior in the Seven Emperors world. I won't disappoint you. GFA and his group walked out. The people of Xianpeng province were extremely excited. Their cheers were like waves in the ocean. However, when they were trying to verify it, something shocking happened. All the teams in the Seven Emperors world had sealed a total of 5,000 spirit barriers. GFA's team wasn't weak, but they had only sealed a little over 10,000 spirit barriers. The entire Seven Emperors world had sealed a total of 19,000 spirit barriers. What? GFA's face turned ugly when he saw the results. His group had sealed more than 10,000 deployment layers. He thought that if the other groups were close to 10,000 deployment layers, they wouldn't lose face this time. But who would have thought that the other groups would only have 5,000 deployment layers? Haha, won't disappoint you? What a sarcastic statement. I thought that the Seven Emperors world would be very powerful this year. Who knew that they would be even worse than last year? They still didn't manage to seal 20,000 deployment layers. This is embarrassing. Countless people laughed when they saw the scene. Some of them even laughed until their stomachs hurt. It wasn't that easy to be the hero of the human realm. As for the martial artists of Xianpeng province, they all felt that they had lost face. At the same time, in the Deacon Palace of the human realm, laughter rose one after another. Old fish, if you lose again, you can give us your fishing rod. The Sky Lord stared at Emperor Li Shou and laughed. The Seven Emperors' faces were ashen, but they couldn't do anything. They were inferior, so they could only swallow their humiliation. Sky Lord, if you catch a fish with your fishing rod, you must treat us to a feast. Someone teased. Of course. The Sky Lord smiled and nodded. An ancient divine sword appeared in his right hand. He slowly played with it. I wanted to give this Godslayer sword to the Seven Emperors, but even if I give it to you, you can't take it away. As soon as he said that, the entire Deacon Palace of the human realm burst into laughter. The Seven Emperors were all silent. There was only one voice in their hearts. This GFA was disappointing. Trash, a bunch of trash. Chapter 1698. Who is the leader? Hearing that, those heavenly emperor powerhouses were all greatly enraged. GFA pushed the responsibility onto their heads? GFA, do you still have the face? In the realm of true martial, our team repeatedly asked for your help, but you refused to cooperate. This caused us to miss out on many barriers. Now you're blaming us. That's right. If you represent the Seven Emperors' heavens, you should help our teams and not yourself. You're not qualified to be the leader. Some older heavenly emperor said unwillingly. Bullshit. How could GFA take the blame? He shouted angrily. If you didn't listen to my orders, how could the Seven Emperors' heavens lose face today? Lord Lu Susu, I think they should all be stripped of their heavenly emperor status because they're too selfish. Hearing this, all the heavenly emperors wanted to kill GFA. Such an irresponsible person had the nerve to be their leader. In the distance, the Xianyuan and Xianhuangdayu cultivators laughed and watched the show. But at this moment, a large number of heavenly emperors walked over. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe with his long hair tied behind his head. His aura was steady, giving people the feeling that he was a real heavenly emperor. Shut up. Before he arrived, an angry shout was heard. The crowd's eyes flickered. More heavenly emperors had come, and those heavenly emperors seemed to be from the 7 emperors' heavens. Suddenly, the ridicule on their faces became stronger. Linling, it's Linling. He's back. The cultivators of Xianpeng province were excited. They all knew Linling. At the same time, the 7 emperors were also looking at Linling and the others. One of the 7 emperors coldly snorted. Embarrassing. It's fine if you lost, but you still want to fight among yourselves. That heavenly emperor is too bold. He should be stripped of his heavenly emperor status. Law Overlord, GFA is your heavenly emperor. He didn't complete the mission, so you're trying to absolve him? Also, that heavenly emperor is from my eastern mountain. You don't have the qualifications to strip him of his status. At this moment, Emperor Yu said indifferently. The man called Law Overlord had a cold expression on his face. I'm not trying to make excuses for GFA. It's just that the 7 emperors world has already lost a lot of face. That newbie is spouting nonsense, and this will only invite more ridicule. Hearing that, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou frowned. However, Emperor Li Shou said, let's see what he has to say. Then you can take your time to watch. I can't lose face like this. The Law Overlord coldly snorted. Right now, the 7 emperors world was already at the bottom. Could it be that the new celestial emperor's arrival would change the situation? This was obviously impossible, and it would only lead to more jokes. At this moment in the Wanhui mountain, the team coming from afar was Linling's team. GFA also looked at Linling and laughed coldly in his heart. It was good that this fellow came, he could push the blame to him. He wanted to speak, but at this moment, Linling shouted coldly from afar. He also saw that GFA had failed, but he wanted to push the blame to others. Such a despicable person made him very unhappy. You shut the fuck up. His voice was like thunder, majestically entering GFA's ears, causing him to be stunned. He hadn't even spoken and Linling had already scolded him? And scolded him in front of everyone? Get lost. However, just as GFA was in disbelief, Linling's angry voice floated over again. Haha. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Just anyone dared to scold GFA. This GFA really didn't have the qualifications to be the leader. GFA didn't expect Linling to be so daring. He pointed at Linling and wanted to speak, but Linling was faster than him and said, as the leader, you should shoulder the responsibility. It's fine if you failed, you will succeed next time. But you, after losing, you put the blame on others. Weak, incompetent, and irresponsible. I really don't know which 7 emperors recommended you to be the leader. What a disgrace. You're courting death. GFA's vein suddenly appeared on his face. He shouted angrily, what right do you have to talk about me? Even though I failed, I'm still better than you. As soon as he finished talking, Linling's team stopped. A large number of people were standing at the foot of the mountain, looking at GFA mockingly. They all shouted at the same time, Linling is our leader. Is he qualified to be our leader? Apart from the unhindered Heavenly Emperor and the others, there were also several teams led by Wu Shangying. Their words caused the entire mountain range to fall silent. It's him, the dark horse of the world of Zhanwu. In Champion University, Celestial Emperors from Yungu Celestial Stage recognized Linling. They hadn't thought that Linling would become one of the top 3 teams. I'm the leader of a team, the 7 emperors recommended me to be their leader, and you brought a few teams to oppose me. You think you're qualified to be our leader? GFA was astonished and burst into laughter. What a joke. He's our leader. However, just as his words fell, all the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world shouted angrily, their voices shaking the heavens. They couldn't tolerate GFA anymore. Although they weren't familiar with Linling, at least Linling was speaking up for them. At least he was more responsible than GFA and had the domineering aura of a king. What? GFA's expression changed drastically. He was the leader of a team recommended by the 7 emperors. Even though Linling wasn't, Linling had the support of all the celestial emperors. Indeed, he's the leader of Xianpeng province. Yes. However, what surprised him was that apart from the celestial emperors, all the cultivators of Xianpeng province were shouting furiously. At that moment, it seemed like Linling was the leader of Xianpeng province. One had to know that in the Black Peng Great Region, Linling had more prestige than any heavenly emperor. That territory was conquered by him. Who was the leader was clear at a glance. So what if the 7 emperors recommended us? Rules are meant to be broken. Our leader is Linling. Everyone shouted angrily again. Their auras were like mountains and seas, causing GFA's face to turn pale. He sat down on the ground with a plop. No one supported him now. He no longer had any prestige. Even the 7 emperors of the mortal world's highest deacon palace were shocked. They didn't expect Linling's reputation to be so great. At this moment, Linling swept his eyes over the crowd and saw many familiar faces. Lord Pu, Lord Watermist, Venerable Sea Calming, the 4 poisons of Eastern Mountain, Lai Qing, his friends, and even some unfamiliar martial artists. But they were all supporting him. This warmed his heart. Today, he couldn't embarrass Xianpeng province in the battle between the 3 mysterious realms of the mortal realm. Get lost. Get lost. Linling looked at GFA and shouted coldly. Since he had agreed to be the leader, he wouldn't disappoint everyone. You. GFA's face twisted. However, he soon sneered, all right, then you'll be the leader. However, if Xianpeng province loses, then it's all on your head. Despicable. Many celestial emperors shouted angrily. GFA was obviously shirking his responsibility. Alright, if you win, other than the bet between you and me, all the celestial emperors will slap you 3 times. This is what I, the leader, said. Linling said and led his team to the merit stone. Chapter 1699. Linling's team shocked the world. You can't win, shouted GFA furiously, but he controlled himself. Linling had dared take on this burden, so he wanted to see how Linling would die. When the members of the Xianhuang Dayu and the others saw Linling and his team, they all smiled coldly. Linling had become the leader, but what could he change? At the same time in the Deacon Palace, the leaders of the human world were also excited. The leader of the sky smiled and said, Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, that's the new celestial great emperor from Dong Mountain, right? Not bad, he's very good at acting. He made us happy. Acting? Before, when Linling had become the leader, they had thought it was a good show. The 7 emperors groaned coldly. The FA emperor said icily, Emperor Yu, Emperor Li Shou, your celestial great emperors are too arrogant. They're fighting for the leader's position, what's wrong with that? In his opinion, the 7 emperors of the world had already lost. Even if Linling was the leader, so what? It was just a joke. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou sighed. They didn't understand what Linling wanted to do. Sealing enchantments are for the sake of the entire human race, not for fighting or anything. However, I have seen before that those who have more sealing enchantments are highly respected, while those who have fewer sealing enchantments are ridiculed instead. Could it be that in the Zhanwu world, those heavenly emperors who have fewer sealing enchantments are not working hard? Don't they fight? Don't they work hard? Linling did not verify it in front of the skill evaluation stone. Instead, he looked at the people around him and said. The crowd remained silent. They hadn't thought that Linling would say something like that. Many people's eyes twinkled. Actually, Linling wasn't wrong. The celestial great emperors worked hard for the sake of the human world. If they had fewer deployment spells, did they have to be mocked and humiliated? Are you done talking shit? At that moment, the old man with the title Celestial Emperor from Champion University shouted furiously. Am I wrong? Champion University has more barriers so they can humiliate other people and treat them like trash. Isn't that the truth? Linling was fearless as he looked straight at the old man. In his heart, there were many ordinary humans who wanted to live a peaceful life. As a powerhouse, if he could help them, then he would naturally do so. But compared to this, it was too utilitarian. Therefore, Linling was dissatisfied, and that was why he said those words. He had helped many people since he came to this world, but he had never mentioned it. That was because he had sincerely helped them, and he had not helped them for the sake of fame and wealth or to trample on others. I didn't say it was trash. You said it, but what you said is true. If the sealing enchantment can't be compared to others, the contribution to humanity naturally can't be compared to others. Being scolded by others is nothing. The old man's voice was cold and gloomy. Many martial artists from Xianpeng province clenched their fists. They were unwilling to accept this. They were unwilling. The celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heaven also gritted their teeth, feeling even more unresigned. Hadn't they done their best? They had even watched their friends get killed by demons, and they had only done that to seal an enchantment. But because they hadn't sealed an enchantment, they had to be scolded? At that moment, all the celestial emperors looked at Lin Ling. They were touched. Lin Ling was speaking for them. He was really their leader. If you're not as strong as others, then you're trash, said the celestial emperor of calamity in the distance, smiling indifferently. Don't be so full of yourself. Besides, if you're too arrogant, you'll end up slapping your own face, said Lin Ling icily. He just thought it was unfair. But those people were making fun of him. Trash indeed should be scolded. Trash, said the old man icily. He shouted furiously, now shut the hell up. If you want to prove yourself, then prove yourself. If you don't want to prove yourself, then piss off. We're not from the 7 emperors' heaven. Why would we listen to your bullshit? Indeed, if you're not strong enough, then shut the hell up. Even if you're scolded, you have to brace yourself. In Champion University, in the ancient celestial stage, many ancient cultivators were also shouting furiously. They weren't as strong as others and they were blaming others. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't refute them. He looked at the celestial emperors behind him and saw that their eyes were bloodshot. Many of them were injured and looked exhausted, but nobody sympathized with them. They were just scolding them. Prove yourself, Lin Ling said softly and stepped back. His team members walked towards the ancient stone one by one. They were all silent, but their hands were tightly clenched into fists. They wanted to reclaim the dignity of their teammates and win glory for the Xianpeng region. How many enchantments do you think their team has? There should be a few hundred. No matter what, Lin Ling is the number 1 dark horse. It's possible that he sealed 2,000. If it reaches 2,000, then the 7 emperors' heavens will have sealed 20,000 of them. That's more than the last time. Many people looked at Lin Ling's team disdainfully. In the Deacon Palace, the strongest cultivators of the human world were smiling indifferently. They were staring at Lin Ling's team as if they were monkeys playing with monkeys. The 7 emperors' heaven had sealed 10,000 enchantments. They needed a few more to reach 20,000. But they didn't think that Lin Ling's team would be able to do that, because everybody had seen that apart from GFA's team, the 7 emperors' heaven had only sealed 5,000 enchantments. Therefore, they guessed that Lin Ling's team had to be close to 2,000 enchantments. The 7 emperors' heaven's team couldn't have more than 20,000 enchantments. Everybody was staring at the ancient stone. The celestial emperors and peerless heroes touched the stone with their talismans. At that moment, terrifying lights dashed to the skies. 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000. In the end, 20,000 enchantments. Boom! In the entire Wanhui mountain, the hearts of countless people exploded. They stared at the ancient stone, deeply afraid that their eyes would go blind. None of them had thought that Lin Ling's team had sealed 20,000 enchantments. How terrifying, how terrifying. It meant that Lin Ling's team had sealed more enchantments than GFA's team. It also meant that the 7 Emperors' Heavens team had sealed 40,000 enchantments. They had surpassed Champion University. What? In the Deacon Palace, the leader of the sky was stupefied. The 7 Emperors' jaws were wide open. In fact, Lin Ling's team had surpassed the 7 Emperors' Heavens team. Astonishment. The strong cultivators of the human world were astonished, because they knew what 20,000 enchantments meant. In the history of the 7 Emperors' Heaven, no team had ever sealed 20,000 enchantments. Lin Ling's team had created a new record. Haha, the god-killing sword is mine. At that moment, Emperor Li Shou stood up excitedly. It was as if he had seen the pride of Xianpeng province. We won. Emperor Yu and the other 7 emperors also stood up. Their faces were filled with excitement. Their voices caused the entire executive palace of the human realm to become deathly silent. Chapter 1700. Who's a piece of trash? Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, can the fruit of 10,000 origin that you used to bet belong to me? I want to use this fruit of heaven and earth to host a banquet. Emperor Yu coldly laughed as he stared arrogantly at the giant from the Yungu Immortal platform. The two strong cultivators of Yungu's celestial stage were astonished. They hadn't thought that things would turn out this way. They were furious when they saw that the 7 emperors were in high spirits, but they were willing to take the risk. At the Wanhui Mountain, the atmosphere was deathly silent. Many people were looking at the arrogant celestial emperors and finally at Lin Ling. What a terrifying dark horse. His team is so strong. The cultivators of Xian Yuan and Xian Huangdiyu were astonished. As for the martial artists of the Black Pong Great Region, they were stunned for a moment before they burst into cheers. Some of the older martial artists even began to cry. They never imagined that in this world war, the 7 emperors' world would reverse the situation and become second place. Putong. GFA had just stood up, but he was terrified again. His face turned deathly pale. You lost, leader GFA. Many celestial emperors sneered at him. The word leader was extremely sarcastic. One of them said, every celestial emperor has to slap you 3 times. You won't go back on this promise, right? Of course, if you dare to refuse, you will die. Another one said mockingly, what do you mean, leader? Open your dog eyes and see. Under GFA's leadership, there was only humiliation and ridicule, but under Lin Ling's leadership, there was pride and glory. At that moment, GFA looked like he had fallen from heaven to hell. Did he still have the face to call himself leader? Who's a piece of trash? Stop. At this moment, a cold shout drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth, and it caused the world to become even more silent. I remember that someone said that he was a piece of trash because he wasn't as strong as others. Now who's a piece of trash? Shouted Lin Ling. He looked at all the celestial emperors of Champion University. He looked extremely aggressive. Who's a piece of trash? Stop! Shouted the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world. They were so moved that their eyes were wet. They had worked so hard for the human world, and now someone was seeing it. Who's a piece of trash? In Xianpeng province, all the martial artists also shouted in unison. It was as if the entire world was shouting angrily, causing their voices to echo endlessly, intimidating the surroundings. Who's trash? Everybody in Champion University was petrified, especially Disaster Celestial Emperor and the others. Their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't say anything. A silent slap landed heavily on each of their faces. Don't be too full of yourself. If you are too arrogant, be careful of slapping your own face. They all remembered what Lin Ling had said before, and now they had slapped themselves in the face, and it was a refreshing slap. If their skills were not as good as others, then they would be cursed as trash. But now they were not as good as the 7 emperors, so who would be left with the words trash? We are trash. After remaining silent for a long time, the old man from Champion University ground his teeth and forced himself to say something. Haha! The entire Great Xianpeng region burst into thunderous laughter at this moment. They felt refreshed and elated. The other party was overbearing, but their Great Xianpeng region wasn't a pushover either. Right now they were going to give them a heavy slap. Trash! Shouted the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' world. They raised their heads and shouted furiously. Hehe, finally something exciting, said Lu Susu Xiandi and the others looking at Lin Ling. That little boy had created a miracle again. Spread the word. Tell the entire human world, said Xiandi waving his hand. He wanted the entire human world to know about this glorious moment. The light and glory at this moment clearly belonged to Lin Ling's team. Lin Ling, we won. Thank you. At that moment Tiandi Zongzong Tiandi, Wu Shangying, the celestial emperor of the North Sea, and the others were all looking at Lin Ling with tears in their eyes. Lin Ling was younger than them, and his cultivation level was lower, but he had led them to glory. Without Lin Ling they wouldn't have known about the sealed world. In their hearts Lin Ling was their leader. As expected of our leader, said Xian Yuan Jiutian, looking at Lin Ling with admiration. In his heart, Lin Ling was omnipotent. Lin Ling smiled and said, this is the result of everybody's hard work. But you're our leader. Nobody can deny that, said Tiandi Zong Tiandi smiling. As they were talking in Xianpeng Province, Mr. Pu, Mr. Shui Wu, and the others brought a large number of people to Champion University. The celestial emperors frowned, but when they saw Lin Ling, they remained silent, because they had lost. Trash, they weren't qualified to talk. I'm sorry, I was just passing by. Oh, Xianpeng Province is over there, I came to the wrong place. Mistress Watamis sneered as she walked around the crowd of people from Xianhuang Domain as if she had gone the wrong way. After that she walked back proudly. An eye for an eye. Before, the people of Champion University had been arrogant. They had offended them on purpose. Now they were going to offend them back. They were going to step on the faces of the people of Champion University. Bastard! Shouted the celestial emperors of Champion University furiously, but they couldn't do anything. Alright, now it's Yungu's turn, right? Said someone at that moment. Everybody remained silent. Champion University was third, the Seven Emperors World was second, Yungu was definitely first. At that moment, Champion University and the Seven Emperors Sky had sealed more than 60,000 barriers. Therefore, Yungu's celestial platform probably had 60,000 too. After all, there were 120,000 barriers in total. This is the real Yungu Immortal Foundation. Every 100 years it is ranked number 1. The Xianyuan clan knows the secrets of the earth and heaven. If they're not first, that would be strange. I'm curious who sealed the most chi barriers in Yungu's Yungu. Even though they knew that Yungu's Yungu was first, many people were curious. The leaders of the Deacon Palace were also paying attention to the situation. The leader of the Sky Palace wasn't happy that he had lost. He smiled and said, 7 emperors, let's have another bet, shall we? Let's see how many chi barriers Xianyuan Jotian has sealed. If he surpasses all your people, I'll give you the godly meteorite iron. How about that? Godly meteorite iron? A treasure from the outside world? Many strong cultivators were astonished. That kind of treasure only appeared in the outside world. It was extremely rare. It was one of the best materials for making godly weapons. Actually, you have a high chance of winning. Even though Yungu's Yungu has sealed 60,000 chi barriers, it doesn't mean that Xianyuan Jotian has sealed all of them. The Seven Emperors World has about 40,000 chi barriers, so if Xianyuan Jotian can't seal more than 40,000 chi barriers, you win, said the leader of the Sky Palace smiling. Chapter 1701. The 9 Spirits of Heaven. What? Emperor Li Shou was furious. Was the leader of the Celestial Sky Sect going back on his word? Alright, let's bet, said Emperor Yu waving his hand. They didn't want to give up, but they were convinced that Xianyuan Jotian couldn't surpass 40,000 barriers. Nobody had ever done that in the history of the human race. You don't need to pay anything if you lose. Just give us the treasures we lost before, said the Jade Lake's mother indifferently. She sounded graceful and noble. Many human realm giants became curious. Who would win this bet? But they all thought that the 7 emperors had a better chance of winning. At this moment, within the 10,000 Brilliance Mountains, a large number of teams walked out. Maybe because everyone already knew the result, they were much more low profile. The crowd was still curiously staring at them, wanting to see who had sealed the most number of enchantments on the Yungu Immortal platform. The ancient stone was dazzling. When all the teams had sealed the barriers, the crowd was astonished. All the teams had sealed 10,000 barriers, which meant that there were still 50,000 barriers sealed by others. After all the teams had sealed the barriers, the crowd was astonished, because there was one more person who hadn't sealed the barriers, and that person was Xianyuan Jotian. The crowd was astonished because he had sealed 50,000 barriers alone. Yungu Celestial Stage sealed 60,000 barriers, the team sealed 10,000, and Xianyuan Jotian sealed the rest. How powerful! That's the first record in the world of true martial arts. He's going to verify it. Many people's hearts were pounding. They were going to witness history. In Champion University, all the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors world were astonished. They had already guessed the result, but they still wanted to see if it was true. Under countless gazes, Xianyuan Jotian calmly walked forward. His pace was neither fast nor slow. He had the demeanor of an emperor. When he arrived in front of the ancient skill evaluation stone, He slowly took out his jade token and gently touched it. Boom! The ancient stone was dazzling. Dazzling lights burst out. According to legends, when 50,000 barriers were sealed, the stone would emit dazzling lights. Dazzling meteors appeared in the sky. Each meteor represented a barrier. There were 54,222 barriers. Silence. In the heaven and earth, the highest deacon palace of the mortal realm was completely silent at this moment. Even the three mysterious realms of the mortal realm were silent. More than 50,000 enchantments were too terrifying. Could it be that Xianyuan Jiutian was already invincible in the demon region? Yanggu is ranked first in her immortal foundation. This is a fact that can never be changed. Under countless gazes, Xianyuan Jiutian slowly turned around. Under the bright light in the sky, he was so dazzling at this moment, like the brightest star. And I sealed 54,222, which broke the record of the mortal world. Xianyuan Jiutian said again, which made the crowd curious. What was he going to say? I'm first, nobody can deny that. But I agree with what Champion University said before. If you're not strong enough, you're a piece of trash. Therefore, I want to ask someone who's a piece of trash. His voice was calm, but he slowly looked at a figure in the crowd. Lin Ling. The crowd was astonished. They hadn't thought that Xianyuan Jiutian would teach Lin Ling a lesson. But in front of Xianyuan Jiutian's record, Lin Ling couldn't be arrogant anymore. Besides, Lin Ling's team had already proved that they couldn't compete with Xianyuan Jiutian. That guy, Zhonghuan Tiandi, and the others knew about the tensions between Xianyuan Jiutian and Lin Ling. But they hadn't thought that Xianyuan Jiutian would make things difficult for Lin Ling. What? You don't dare admit it? Said Xianyuan Jiutian. Many people from Champion University and Yanggu were smiling coldly. Lin Ling had been arrogant before, but there was always a mountain higher than him. How could Lin Ling be arrogant in front of Xianyuan Jiutian? Haha, you wouldn't have thought that I would surpass all the 7 emperors, right? Lin Ling, I'm telling you, in front of me, you're just an ant. You're a piece of trash. I want you to call me a piece of trash in front of everybody. Said Xianyuan Jiutian. Many people were furious, especially the celestial emperors of Champion University. They had regained their dignity. Lin Ling, tell me. You already lost. You're not as strong as him. Any excuse is a lie. You better call yourself a piece of trash. What a pitiful guy. A moment ago, he was a hero, and now he's defeated by Xianyuan Jiutian. Sounds of mockery and schadenfreude arose and fell one after another. Xianyuan Jiutian, don't forget that you and Lin Ling have a bet. The loser has to kneel down and kowtow, said GFA, smiling coldly in the distance. He raised his head to the sky and burst into laughter. Finally, he could see Lin Ling lose face. At that moment, everybody in Xianpeng province and the 7 emperors' world remained silent. Their eyes were bloodshot, they were furious. Even the great deacon palace saw that. Emperor Yu groaned coldly and said, Leader of the sky, are your celestial emperors really that aggressive? Haha. Hehe, why do we care about the younger generation's affairs? Said the leader of the sky indifferently. Emperor Yu's expression became ice cold. However, something happened that made him even angrier. Boom! At this moment above Wanhui Mountain, light bloomed and fell from the sky like a meteor, shaking the earth. Countless people looked over and saw that Xianyuan Jiutian had thrown something out. However, when they looked at the ground, they realized that it was a memorial tablet. Kneel down and kowtow. Haha! Shouted Xianyuan Jiutian icily. It's a bet. Lin Ling lost. He has to kneel down and kowtow to the memorial tablet. Haha! Memorial tablet? Could it be Xianyuan Jiuyu's? Interesting. Everyone in the mortal realm was paying attention to what happened today. If Lin Ling kowtowed to a memorial tablet, how will he face the world tomorrow? Interesting. Everyone's hearts were stirred. This gamble was truly ruthless. Leader of the sky, don't go too far. Emperor Li Shou could no longer hold himself back when he saw this scene. Not only was this a humiliation to Lin Ling, it was also a humiliation to the 7 emperors' world. Moreover, with so many people watching, the 7 emperors' world and Lin Ling would be so embarrassed that they would not be able to show their faces after tomorrow. In the vast main hall, it was silent. The deacons of the mortal realm were drinking tea and watching the show. They did not participate in the battle between the legends. The leader of the sky picked up his teacup and blew on the tea. After taking a sip, he said, "The bet means that Lin Ling agreed to it. So, can you blame others?" Emperor Li Shou could not refute his words. Wan Huishan, Lu Susu, and the others could not refute him. They frowned and looked at the people around them. Those people had mocking expressions, gloating, and even sneering disdainfully. Chapter 1702. I'm the first. Haha. Xian Yuanzhoutian burst into laughter. His smile was heartless. I can tell you that all the strong cultivators of the human world are watching. Therefore, if you agree to bet, you have to accept defeat. Many people also burst into laughter. Was Lin Ling begging for mercy? The dead should be respected. Although I have a grudge with Xian Yuanzhou, the dead are all gone. What you're doing is an insult to the dead. Lin Ling said again as if he did not hear the sneer. Are you scared? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for agreeing to the bet. Now kowtow in front of the memorial tablet, said Xian Yuanzhoutian, laughing even louder. Should we burn some incense? Said Celestial Emperor Tiandi from the ancient celestial platform. Many people burst into laughter. Since it's that way, let's continue the bet. You're the one who disrespects the dead. Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he walked step by step towards the ancient sparring stone. During this process, many people were puzzled. What was Lin Ling trying to do? The memorial tablet is over there. Why are you going to the battle stone? Asked someone curiously. Lin Ling smiled and ignored him. He looked calm and serene as he said indifferently, "It's a bet between you and me. Whoever seals more enchantments wins, right?" Bullshit, said many people sarcastically. Everybody knew that. But I haven't checked the enchantments yet. However, Lin Ling's next sentence made those people feel like ducks being held by their necks. They were stunned. Lin Ling didn't verify it? His team had checked the enchantments before, so they didn't belong to Lin Ling? Let him check. He sealed a total of 120,000 enchantments. The 7 emperors of the world and Champion University have 60,000 enchantments. My ancient celestial platform has 60,000 enchantments. That means he's only sealed a few enchantments, said Xian Yuanzhoutian, waving his hand. Lin Ling didn't want to kneel in front of the memorial tablet, so he was playing tricks. Indeed, he's struggling before he dies, said many people. Sai, you're so pathetic. Lin Ling stopped in front of the ancient merit stone. He shook his head and sighed. At the same time, he took out his jade tablet and said, I know you are definitely disdainful of my words, but what I want to say is that your brother is already dead. You should respect him and not use his memorial tablet as a wager. You even broke his memorial tablet. Do you want him to die with grievances? Break the memorial tablet? Xian Yuanzhoutian was stunned for a moment and shook his head. What right did Lin Ling have to say all this? Did he think that he had one? Not only are you pathetic, you are also ignorant. However, Lin Ling's words caused Xian Yuanzhoutian to misunderstand. Xian Yuanzhoutian was too lazy to refute. Did Lin Ling have the right to say that he was ignorant? I know that you are disdainful of my words, but I can tell you that there are more than 200,000 enchantments in the Zhenwu world. Everyone knows that there are 120,000 enchantments sealed in the Zhenwu world, but have you counted them in detail? Said Lin Ling as he touched the jade tablet in his hand. You don't know anything. Since you want to bet with me, I can tell you that you are not qualified to bet with me. Along with Lin Ling's last words, the jade tablet finally touched the merit stone. Merit stone, as long as it was a human's contribution to the mortal world, the ancient stone would record it and then reward it according to merit. However, if Lin Ling claimed to be second, who would dare to claim to be first? Boom! At the same time, the merit stone cracked and spread. Terrifying rays of light burst out like a blazing sun and soared into the sky, forming the most dazzling rays of light in the world. Boom! Rays of light burst out in the sky. Each ray of light represented the enchantments that Lin Ling had sealed. Counting carefully, there were more than 67,000 enchantments. At that moment, everyone's heart suddenly stopped beating. 60,000? In the highest deacon hall of the human realm, The Sky Lord had originally wanted to enjoy his tea, but at this moment he subconsciously crushed the teacup in his hand, spilling tea all over his hand. He didn't seem to notice it, and subconsciously looked at the map in the hall. Only then did he realize that among the countless lights, there were actually more than usual. This also meant that there were more seals this time. A total of 180,000. The others also noticed this, but they missed it before and did not notice it at all. They would never have thought that Lin Ling alone had sealed 60,000 enchantments. Number 1. Number 1 in the history of the mortal world. What is a hero? This is a true hero. He alone surpassed the entire Yungu Immortal platform. Heavens, how did he seal them? Is he the great demon king of the demon region? In terms of team strength, Xian Yuanzhou Tian's team isn't as good as his. In terms of individual strength, Xian Yuanzhou Tian isn't as good as him either. He's the real number 1. Many people were astonished. Even Tian Di and the others were astonished. After they had separated from Lin Ling, they hadn't thought that Lin Ling would seal so many enchantments. However, they all burst into laughter. No wonder he was their leader. Who could compete with him? Haha, our leader won. In the silence, the 9 spirits of heaven's voices spread in the air like thunder. Everybody's ears were ringing. Before, Lin Ling's team had suppressed Champion University. Now Lin Ling's team had astonished Yungu Immortal platform. Lin Ling had created a miracle again. It's going to be fun. Before, someone wanted to make a bet, now he's going to keep his promise. Besides, today Yungu Immortal platform is going to be a piece of trash as well. Lu Susu heaved a sigh of relief and then sneered. Of course, she stared at Lin Ling with a hint of resentment. This little brat brought endless surprises to people. He could frighten people to life and then to death. Lin Ling, you! Shouted Xian Yuanzhou Tian ferociously. He was furious. He had almost lost his mind. How could Lin Ling have sealed more than 60,000 enchantments? Did Lin Ling know more secrets than the Xian Yuan clan? You want to make a bet with me? Even the ancestors of the Xian Yuan clan can't compete with me, let alone you. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling slowly walked towards the memorial tablet on the ground. His aura was oppressive and domineering. It was as if the most ancient figure had descended and was telling everyone that this was his world. Who could dominate with him? How aggressive! The cultivators of the 3 Xian cultivators were staring at him. It was as if they were looking at a giant from the human world. Get the hell over here! Lin Ling walked up to the memorial tablet and put his foot on it. He waved at Xian Yuanzhou Tian and said, "Do you regret it now? I told you not to play with me. You can't afford to play with me. You can't afford to play with me." His voice was filled with disdain and dominance, causing Xian Yuanzhou Tian to tremble. Was he going to complete the bet? Was he going to kowtow to Lin Ling in front of so many people? Was he going to break his brother's memorial tablet? If that spread in the human world, he would lose face. What would happen to the Xian Yuan clan? Get the hell over here! Get the hell over here! Chapter 1703. Just a dog. Old fish, he is still a member of the Xian Yuan family. This Shi clan has a longer history than us. For the sake of the Xian Yuan family, let him go. Another voice said, "Yes. I thought you didn't interfere with the affairs of the younger generation?" However, the voice of the old man in the air rang out once more, causing the other person to fall silent. However, many people knew that the person who remained silent was none other than the major character from the Yungu Immortal platform. He's the key to this matter. Ask him. Yes. However, the old man still asked Lin Ling. The Xian Yuan clan was too old. They were even older than the Deacon Palace of the mortal world, so they had to give them some face. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's long hair and blue robe fluttered in the wind. At this moment he seemed to have returned to millions of years ago, when he could command the wind and rain and sweep the world. In his heart, the Xian Yuan clan was just a defeated opponent. He didn't need to give them any face. Xian Yuan clan? Just a dog from millions of years ago. What's there to be afraid of? If I want him to kneel, he will kneel. Lin Ling spat out a sentence, shocking the world into silence. Crazy. This was real crazy. Even the big shots of the mortal world sucked in a breath of cold air. That brat was lawless. Kneel. Yes. Lin Ling roared angrily again. He was indeed lawless. How could Li Xiaoyao be humiliated by someone who had lost to him? Rumble. A powerful force descended from the sky, enveloping Xinyuan Jiutian. It was as if his head was forcibly pressed down and dragged in front of Lin Ling. He kowtowed heavily. If Lin Ling wasn't afraid, then the 7 emperors behind Lin Ling wouldn't be afraid. If Xinyuan Jiutian didn't want to kneel, then he would be dragged to kneel. Bang! 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 The heavy kowtows caused the earth to shake. It was as if a hammer was pounding on everyone's heart, making their hearts beat violently. And GFA, you get over here too. Yes. Lin Ling's face was cold. He looked around and shouted coldly again. This guy. Yes. Countless people saw that GFA was also captured and forced to kneel. Furthermore, he and Xinyuan Jiutian both punched out and broke Xinyuan Jiu's memorial tablet. Everyone had to respect the dead, but now they had broken the memorial tablet with their own hands. What kind of humiliation was this? Most importantly, it was not Lin Ling but Xinyuan Jiutian. Many people couldn't help but recall Lin Ling's previous advice. Lin Ling told Xinyuan Jiutian not to be too arrogant, but Xinyuan Jiutian didn't believe him. Now his arrogance had reached its limit. Bang! With a muffled sound, the memorial tablet shattered. In the distance, the people of the Xinyuan clan looked gloomy. Were they going to break the memorial tablet of their bloodline in front of everyone? Lin Ling was ruthless enough. But now they obviously didn't dare to touch Lin Ling because it would be against the world. After all, Lin Ling was the #1 hero. As for Xinyuan Jiutian, he looked at the shattered memorial tablet in a daze. His face was twisted with anger and unwillingness. He actually broke his brother's memorial tablet with his own hands. All kinds of anger rushed into his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and then faint. Many people shook their heads. They could understand that Xinyuan Jiutian was traumatized, but they didn't sympathize with him. Because if Xinyuan Jiutian wasn't arrogant, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Beside him, GFA was still kneeling there. He had lost all his face. But then he heard a cold voice clearly. You broke my Xinyuan clan's memorial tablet. Although you didn't do it on purpose, the pride of the Xinyuan clan won't let you off. A threat. The people of the Xinyuan clan were threatening him and wanted to kill him. Breaking the memorial tablet was equivalent to insulting their ancestors. No one would take it lying down. Plop. GFA's face turned ashen as he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. The 2 of them fainted, causing the surrounding crowd to be stunned. The 2 of them had lost all their face today. Who is trash? Trash. Lin Ling still didn't show any courtesy because there was no need for him to be polite. His sword was pointed at the Yungu Immortal platform. These people didn't need to lose face before this, but they just had to bring shame to themselves. Who is trash? Trash. It was like history was repeating itself. Everyone in Xianpeng province shouted in anger as they stared domineeringly at the people of the Yungu Immortal platform. We've lost. We are trash. Trash. All the heaven emperors of the Yungu Immortal platform were gnashing their teeth. They were so angry that they lost their rationality. But what could they do? Because the 7 emperors also moved out for Lin Ling. Even if they didn't scold themselves, they had to scold themselves. Haha, the heavens and earth are mine. Haha. Hearing the 2 legends scolding him, Lin Ling inclined his head and laughed maniacally. At this moment he thought back to millions of years ago. At that time, he challenged the hegemons of the world by himself, fighting against 10,000 and all of them were forced to admit defeat. Today's reward ceremony has come to an end. Lin Ling, the #1 hero of the mortal world, will be awarded a hero medallion by the highest executive hall. Seeing Lin Ling is the same as seeing CND. For those with weaker statuses than him, they can act first and report later. In addition, they will be rewarded with an additional 100,000 contribution points, and their names will be recorded in the history of the mortal world. Arrogance. An arrogant voice drifted out from the sky. At this moment Lin Ling had seized all the light, and in the Xianpeng region the cheers were like waves. Everyone disperse. Lin Ling, come to the highest executive hall of the mortal world. Yes. The voice floated out again. Lu Susu and the others immediately brought Lin Ling away. Lin Ling was the first person to step into the highest deacon palace of the human realm, with the identity of a heavenly emperor. The people from Wanhui Mountain left one after another, leaving behind the ancient skill evaluation stone. However, at that moment the ancient skill evaluation stone had recorded a name. It was Lin Ling. After this name was recorded, it would be immortal. In the Yungu Immortal platform, the strong cultivators of Champion University looked at the stone and left, groaning coldly. The sky was blue, it looked boundless. At the same time, a few silhouettes appeared in the sky. You're really strong. You've sealed more than 60,000 enchantments. How did you do that? What? Lu Susu and Xiandi looked at Lin Ling in astonishment. At that moment, even Xiandi looked at Lin Ling with respect. In the Fire Clan, Lin Ling had challenged Xianhuang Dayu alone. Then, he had become one of the 3 legends of the mortal world. And he hadn't even spent a year to do that. No wonder the 7 emperors thought highly of Lin Ling. You risked your life to find the great demon king's sealed enchantments and sealed them, Lin Ling said with a smile. Naturally, he would not reveal his secret with the Eastern Demon King. I see. Lu Susu and the others also believed him because they weren't familiar with the true martial world's sealed enchantments. You're the first hero now. You can ask the 7 emperors to help you go to the Fire Clan. Nobody will dare stop you, said Xiandi. He knew that Lin Ling and the emperor of the Fire Clan were enemies. Lin Ling was stupefied. That was a good idea. Besides, you have the most points now. You can exchange them for many treasures in the mortal world. You can get anything you want. The Supreme Immortal Emperor said again, said Lin Ling, smiling excitedly. He could finally forge his Ba Sing sword. He had benefited a lot from this trip to the demon region. Chapter 1704. Heavenly Cloud Extinction Sword Immortal. In fact, that place wasn't called Heavenly Earth, but Heavenly Cloud Extinction. The owner of that palace was Heavenly Sword Immortal Mu Bai. The Eye of Time allowed Lin Ling to recall more and more memories. That day, the sword demon appeared in the human world. He killed people like flies, oppressed the common people, and acted lawlessly. Finally, the strongest man in the human world made his move. He stepped into the 9 heavens and found Heavenly Cloud Extinction. The two fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the strongest man defeated the sword demon. Throughout the battle, the man suppressed the sword demon. Kill me, Li Xiaoyao. Sword demon Mu Bai. Men don't learn martial arts to bully the weak, nor do they learn martial arts to prove their pride in front of the weak. Instead, they learn martial arts because the heavens and earth allow them to roam freely. What they want to fight is to make their blood boil. What they want to see is righteousness. What they seek is righteousness. The conversation after the defeat spread throughout the 9 heavens. After that day, the powerful man gained a new disciple. The Firmament Sword Demon changed his name to the Firmament Sword Immortal. After that, he became the main general of the human realm in defending against the invaders. In the history of the human world, as long as the strongest man was mentioned, many people would think of the name Heavenly Sword Immortal. Unfortunately, the Wheel of Time continued to move forward. After several thousand years, no one remembered these things anymore. If Lin Ling didn't come here, he wouldn't have these memories. He realized that as his soul grew stronger, some memories that shouldn't have appeared were slowly awakening. This kind of thing usually wouldn't happen, but it happened now. This meant that before Li Xiaoyao died, he left behind something so that he could find himself in his next life. What I want is a soul-stirring battle. What I want is righteousness. What I want is righteousness. Is this Li Xiaoyao? Lin Ling muttered to himself. In fact, he still didn't quite believe that he was Li Xiaoyao. That's the heavenly earth. It's the most perfect place in the mortal realm. Lu Susu didn't know what Lin Ling was thinking. She said with awe. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head, not saying anything. Look around the palace, there are no clouds. This means that the palace is above the clouds. In the mortal realm, except for the powerful warriors with the title Xiandi, ordinary people can't come here. You are the first one. Wushang Xiandi also spoke. Then he led Lin Ling forward. Lin Ling fell silent. The closer he got to this place, the more memories he had. Lu Susu quietly looked at Lin Ling. She felt that Lin Ling was hiding more and more secrets. She couldn't help but think of the first time she met Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling was still very small, but he was able to take out a large number of treasures. This made her guess that there was an ancient martial artist behind Lin Ling. And now she was even more certain. They landed in front of the palace. Looking carefully, the spirit energy here was rich like an island. In the distance, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were spirit springs, ancient mountains, and waterfalls. It was a paradise. And in the middle of the island was a huge palace. Presumably, it was the highest deacon palace in the human world. After so long, the human world has undergone earth-shaking changes. Now the highest deacon palace in the human world is ruling the human world. Lin Ling muttered. Suddenly, a stone statue appeared in front of them. The statue was blurry, but one could vaguely see that it was a man. He stood there quietly, as if he was looking down on the world. Lin Ling's body trembled. He walked over in large strides. When he arrived below the stone statue, the nostalgia in his eyes became even stronger. This guy. Wow! Lu Susu and Lu Susu were shocked. That stone statue had appeared here a long time ago. At first it had the power of ancient laws. Later, after being absorbed by many powerful warriors, it finally turned into an ordinary stone statue. After that, no one paid attention to it. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so curious about it. Lin Ling's hand stroked the modeled stone statue. The nostalgia on his face became even stronger. This nameless stone statue was carved of Li Xiaoyao, and the sculptor was Li Xiaoyao's eldest disciple, Sword Immortal Song Tian. Unfortunately, history is also ruthless. It won't remember the man who blocked the wind and rain for them in the past. It will only pay attention to what's in front of them. Until now, no one mentioned or cared about who this stone statue was. There was only wind and rain that had forgotten about it. This made Lin Ling sigh softly. Heavenly Earth, the most sacred place in the human world. Demons and evil, who let you come here? At this moment, a shout rang out, and a large number of figures walked over from afar. They were dressed in white robes, and golden jade tokens hung from their waists. The leader of the group was a beautiful woman, but she was extremely domineering. With a furious shout, she waved her right hand, and a frightening force attacked. The stone statue in front of Lin Ling was destroyed. Lin Ling stepped back and his face became cold. The attack that came was vicious. It seemed to be stopping him, but it was also filled with murderous intent. Skycloud, what are you doing? Could it be that you dare to kill in the highest deacon palace of the human world? In the distance, Lu Susu and the other person walked over quickly. Lu Susu, this is the most sacred place in the human world. Who let you bring an outsider here? And use your filthy hands to touch the holy things? Those people stopped and looked at Lu Susu coldly. They were not afraid at all. Lu Susu had always been mysterious in the eyes of many, but here, there were still people who dared to not give her face. Lowly people can't touch anything here. Once you touch it, it must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be a stain on the highest deacon palace of the human world. Someone shouted coldly. Then do you know who he is? Lu Susu was infuriated. She naturally recognized these people. These people were one of the 9 deacons, members of the Sky Clan. Their backer was none other than the Sky Sovereign of the ancient Rhyme Immortal platform. And the Sky Sovereign was one of the 3 great immortal kings of the mortal world, representing the Xianyuan Great Region. You don't need to quibble. Right now, how to deal with this evil and demonic cultivator will be decided by the lords. And you brought an evil and demonic cultivator here. Your crime is not light either. The woman in the lead tucked her hair behind her ear and said indifferently. Her aura was like that of an empress. Could it be that you have forgotten the rules? Lowly and filthy people can't come here. The others shouted angrily. Since they could appear here and bear the responsibility of guarding, their strength was naturally not weak. Every one of them was an expert with the title of Xiandi. In the history of the human world, they were very famous. It was a pity that ordinary people were not qualified to know about them. Skycloud, you are the one with a heavy crime. Let me tell you, he is the hero of the human world, Lin Ling. Before Lu Susu could say anything, Xiandi spoke in a low voice. Did these people treat the highest deacon palace of the human world as their own home? Lu Susu's eyes flashed. She and Sky Cloud had always been on bad terms. Clearly, Sky Cloud was here to make things difficult for her. Also, she had a feeling that Sky Cloud was an expert of the CND. How could she not know the name Lin Ling? But she still dared to make things difficult for her. Chapter 1705. Everlasting Gate Speak. What is your motive? The others were also overbearing. In truth, how could they not know that it was Lin Ling? However, Lin Ling had caused their Yungu Immortal platform to fall from first to second, and Xinyuan Zhouqian had lost face. That was why they were making things difficult for Lu Susu and Lin Ling. Even if they were seen through, they were not afraid. At most, they could just say that it was a misunderstanding and everything would be fine. Lu Susu, you are a woman who benefits from both sides. Who knows how many times you have sacrificed your body in order to curry favor with others. This time you have brought an evil cultivator here. You must be up to something. Tian Yun said cunningly. You. Although Lu Susu had long sensed the other party's scheme, she could not help but be furious. Let me tell you, he is Lin Ling, a hero of the mortal world. If you dare to make things difficult for him, you will have to bear the consequences. CND also sensed the other party's scheme. They were just looking for trouble. Fine. If I knew he was Lin Ling, I would apologize. But now, I think he is an evil cultivator, so he has to go through a trial. Otherwise, if the highest authority of the mortal world is damaged, you and I will not be able to bear the consequences. Tian Tianyun's mouth twitched as he strode forward. Staring at Lin Ling, he said, I know you're from the Tao of Wretch Devils and Demonic Tao. There's no need for you to pretend. If you want to prove yourself, then enter the door of eternity. If you're not, then I'll apologize. Everlasting Gate, you are crazy. Lu Susu frowned. The other party was too much. The so-called Everlasting Gate was a forbidden area in the earthly paradise. Even they could not easily get close to it because there was a divine beast inside. It was said that it was left behind by the original owner of the earthly paradise. It was fierce and violent. Therefore, if Lin Ling entered, he would die without a doubt. The Everlasting Gate is sacred and majestic. No evil cultivator can hide here. This is something everyone knows. Therefore, if he wants to prove himself, he must enter. Tian Yun said sternly. She was extremely domineering. Then why don't you go in and try? Lu Susu was not afraid of her at all. I've already proven that I'm not an evil cultivator, so there's no need for me to go. It's his first time here, so he has to go. Of course, if you refuse, that means you have a guilty conscience, and I'll have to examine you properly. Perhaps you're also an evil cultivator, said Tian Tianyun. That's right. It is said that there are some evil demons who are fickle and like to seduce men. I think Lu Susu is very likely to be one of them. Look at her. She should have entered the Aeon Gate too. Prove my innocence. Others also sneered. Lu Susu was so angry that she gritted her teeth. These people bullied them in the name of protecting heavenly earth. Sure. If I can prove it, then shouldn't you all prove it too? However, at this moment, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, everyone was shocked. Even they didn't dare to get close to the god beast of the everlasting sect because it was too tyrannical. However, Lin Ling actually agreed to enter? That's what you said. If anything happens to you in the future, I won't be responsible. Everything I do is for the sake of the entire human race. Tian Tianyun thought for a moment and said indifferently. Because she knew that the young man was Lin Ling, she only made things difficult for him and didn't dare to do anything out of line. However, she didn't expect that Lin Ling would agree to her conditions. If he entered the Aeon Gate, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. Therefore, she naturally found an excuse to clear her name. I know. Lin Ling raised his eyes and looked at the woman indifferently. In his eyes, the woman was ugly. She wasn't trying to make things difficult for Lin Ling, but because she had destroyed the stone sculpture. The man who had fought for the human world in the past didn't have his heroic stone sculpture valued by the later generations. Instead, it was destroyed just like that. One had to know that without that man holding up this place, would there still be Tian Tianyun in this world? Don't forget the person who dug the well when drinking water. Lin Ling hated ungrateful people the most. Moreover, that woman was using him to make things difficult for Lu Susu. Lu Susu had helped him time and time again. How could he swallow his anger? If I die, I can only say that this is my fate. However, after I've proven myself, you have to prove yourself too. Lin Ling took a big step forward and walked forward. Lin Ling. Lu Susu hurried after Lin Ling and grabbed Lin Ling's arm. She wanted to tell him what the Aeon Gate represented. Hallmaster Lu, you've always helped me. Today I'll help you once. I'll let you give that woman 3 tight slaps. Lin Ling laughed. His smile was bright and clean. Lu Susu was stunned. In her heart, Lin Ling had always been a junior. And she had always helped Lin Ling like an elder sister. But now she could almost see this junior rising up and helping her. I know you're stubborn and it's useless to persuade you. So I hope you'll be careful. Lu Susu reminded him and let go of his hand. Lin Ling nodded. The moment he turned around, he suddenly laughed and said, although Hallmaster Lu is a smooth and slick woman, I believe that Hallmaster Lu is not a woman who takes advantage of both sides like the rumors say. Go little brat. Lu Susu's smile became even more beautiful, extremely charming. Lin Ling strode forward. He didn't need anyone to remind him and walked directly toward the Aeon Gate. This guy is really confident. Tianyun and the others sneered. Maybe he doesn't know what the divine martial realm suppressing beast is. After he enters, he'll regret it. After becoming a hero of the mortal world, he can't see himself clearly. He doesn't know that he's just an ant of the saint realm. I have a headache. If he dies, how will I explain this to the 7 emperors? But it doesn't matter. We're just doing our job. He can't blame anyone for overestimating himself. The others' faces were even colder. If Lin Ling died, it would be a great revenge for the Yungu Immortal platform. When Lin Ling was heading toward the Aeon Gate, an ancient aura drifted over from afar. A hoarse voice entered everyone's ears. Where is Lin Ling of the 7 emperors? As soon as the voice fell, a large number of people appeared. Upon closer inspection, they were all giants of the mortal world. Among the 7 emperors, Emperor Li Shou, who was carrying a fish basket, and Emperor Yu, who looked like a gentleman, stood there. Obviously, they had been informed by the Supreme CND that Lin Ling was suspected of being an evil demon. He entered the Aeon Gate. Tianyun and the others' faces changed. They hurriedly bowed. Do you want to die? You actually let Lin Ling go to the Aeon Gate. Calm down. Calm down, 7th Emperor. I didn't know he was Lin Ling at first and was just doing my job. I was worried about wretched devils and demon cultivators, so I asked him about it. Who could have guessed that he would agree to enter the door of the Aeon? Tianyun's face changed drastically. She couldn't afford to offend the 7 emperors. So it's a misunderstanding. At this time the Sky Lord said lightly. He was tall and mighty. Wearing a neat robe, he gave off an extremely solemn feeling. A misunderstanding. Chapter 1706. Divine Martial World Beast. They were strict because they wanted to protect the Deacon Palace of the human world, but it was a misunderstanding. Lin Ling was too impatient. He insisted on going to the immemorial gate, said the leader of the sky. Not only did he not blame his own people, but he also blamed Lin Ling. But it's true that Yungu Celestial Stage made a mistake first. The Sky Sovereign calmly spoke again. He was coldly laughing in his heart. That Aunt Lin Ling had spoiled his plans, causing him to lose all face at the Yungu Immortal Foundation. And now he could finally vent this anger. To him, he didn't care who the hero of the human world was. He only cared about face. Let's not talk too much. Since the Sky Lord has said that it was a misunderstanding and has apologized, as a big shot of the mortal realm, we shouldn't be so calculative. Right now we should think of a way to save Lin Ling. If he encounters that divine beast, I'm afraid he'll end up being torn apart, said Champion University's Champion University. Apologize? Emperor Li Shou and the other 2 were furious. They didn't know why the leader of the sky had apologized, but the other 7 emperors stopped them. After all, the leader of the sky had said he didn't take responsibility, so they couldn't do anything. At that moment, Lin Ling slowly walked towards the immemorial gate. The gate was actually a cave. The cave was gigantic, and a terrifying chi filled the air. Any king of beasts would tremble in fear there. Pa! There were bones on the ground. Lin Ling accidentally stepped on them. When he looked at them carefully, he realized they were dragon bones. Divine martial world beast? Lin Ling muttered to himself. He did not stop walking into the cave. The cave was dark and mysterious. Suddenly, several beams of light appeared like lanterns. More and more of them appeared, causing Lin Ling's expression to change. A terrifying aura rushed towards him. The aura was so strong that Lin Ling felt like he was facing the most terrifying divine beast in the world. Roar! Finally, an angry roar rang out, and a murderous aura surged. A tall figure seemed to have awakened, and it strode towards Lin Ling. When it got closer, Lin Ling discovered that it was a 9-headed green lion that was hundreds of meters tall. This lion was filled with power, and its 9 heads were ferocious, as if it wanted to tear Lin Ling apart. Roar! The sound spread out of the cave, shaking the earth and sky. "Oh no!" shouted Emperor Yu. The divine martial world beast had awakened. Even they didn't dare provoke that terrifying beast. It was said that the original master of the celestial world was the most brutal beast king in the world. Lu Susu and the others were worried. Tianyun sneered and glanced at the Sky Master. The Sky Master was also smiling at her. He seemed to be praising her actions. Think about it. When the human world found out that Lin Ling had died in the mouth of the divine martial world suppressing beast, the human world would be in an uproar. They could say that Lin Ling was a demon of the evil path, and the divine martial world suppressing beast had seen through him. In the distance, the angry roar came again, but it soon quieted down. Is he dead? Tianyun and the others sneered. Within the cave, the gigantic ancient mythical beast stared at Lin Ling with a terrifying aura. However, Lin Ling stared back at it as well. At first, he was scared out of his wits, but gradually, he felt a sense of familiarity. This beast was the Mount of Sword Immortal Tsongtian, and he had beaten it up many times in the past. Little Onion, I haven't seen you in so many years. You've become bolder. Lin Ling said subconsciously. Woo-woo. The ancient mythological beast suddenly let out a whimper. It stared into Lin Ling's eyes and felt a sense of familiarity. It could not help but think of the man who had whipped it with a stick a long time ago. He was also the man who had whipped its master. Most importantly, that man was its master's master. Little Onion was what that man called it. Woo-woo. The 9-headed lion lay on the ground and wagged its 9 tails. It was trying to get on Lin Ling's good side. Lin Ling was stunned. Then he shook his head and laughed. He dared to come to the everlasting gate because he felt that it was familiar. He didn't expect to see a familiar little onion. As for this terrifying beast, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of it. He didn't know if it was his nature or his subconscious. He walked up and patted the 9-headed lion. The lion squinted its eyes and looked like it was enjoying it. Woo-woo. The divine martial world suppression beast was like a spoiled puppy. It fell down and rolled on the ground, making the cave rumble. Lin Ling smiled and asked, "Where's your master?" Woo-woo. The divine martial world suppression beast laughed happily. It seemed to be saying that Sword Immortal Tsongtian had left and was fighting outside. I remember that you have a space mystery codex here. Give it to me. Lin Ling's mind was filled with memories again. The divine martial world suppression beast walked happily into the cave. It took out a set of ancient books which made Lin Ling smile. This space mystery codex was given to Sword Immortal Tsongtian by Li Xiaoyao. Now it was back in Lin Ling's hands. Seeing those familiar scenes, the Eye of Time's memories are getting more and more. However, there aren't many memories related to martial arts. Otherwise, I wouldn't need this space mystery codex. Lin Ling thought. He took the space mystery codex. Woo-woo. The divine martial world suppression beast ran around Lin Ling. It was so happy that it made the cave shake. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. What a crazy guy. However, compared to humans, beasts were sometimes more grateful. You stay here and follow me out. It'll be hard for me to explain. Lin Ling didn't let the divine martial world suppression beast follow him out, because it would be hard for him to explain to the others. If someone knew where Lin Ling came from, it would be very bad for him. After all, the great Eastern Demon King had reminded him that Li Xiaoyao had many enemies in this world. The divine martial world suppression beast made a sound of reluctance. It took out a whistle and handed it to Lin Ling. It seemed to be saying that if he blew the whistle, it would come. Haha, thank you, little onion. Lin Ling patted the giant beast's head again and waved his hand to leave. The divine martial world suppression beast made a sound and then went back to sleep. At that moment, the people outside had complicated expressions. Some were sneering, some were worried, and some were gloating. Haha, the hero of the human world was swallowed by the divine martial world suppression beast. How ironic. In the crowd, someone said, the divine martial world suppression beast is formed by the vital energy of the sky and the earth. In front of it, any evil spirit or demon will have to show their true form. If Lin Ling was a human, there would be nothing to fear. Now that he is dead, it means that he is an evil spirit or demon. He is a spy from the demon zone. Someone sneered. If you are so powerful, why don't you dare face the divine martial world suppression beast? Someone immediately retorted. Everyone could see that the people from the three camps were against each other. They didn't want to give in. Sigh, the hero of the human world has ended up like this. How sad. Tell the humans that Lin Ling has been swallowed by the divine martial world suppression beast. He is a spy from the demon zone. At that moment, the Sky King waved his hand and said. His words made the 7 kings and the others' faces turn pale. Fuck your bullshit. However, at that moment, a sneer was suddenly heard. Under countless gazes, a slender figure walked over. He was wearing a blue robe and he was calm. His handsome face had a sneer. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Hong. Chapter 1707. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. Lin Ling survived from the mouth of the divine martial world suppressing beast? How is that possible? How is that possible? The divine martial world suppressing beast came from ancient times, and it represented the heavenly world. Most importantly, it was able to distinguish between good and evil, could see through all kinds of evil. Even if Lin Ling wasn't an evil demon, he was just a tiny human. The divine martial world suppressing beast could still swallow him. In the heavenly world, except for a few people, no one dared to get close to it. But Lin Ling survived. Silence. In front of the sacred palace, there was a dead silence. All the great beings were silent. How are you still alive? Tianyun shouted. Bullshit. You are the evil demon. Lin Ling saw Tianyun, and he was pissed, so he scolded her directly. Lu Susu and Xiandi couldn't help but smile. Lin Ling was indeed worthy of his name. His cultivation wasn't strong, but he had created another miracle. Emperor Li Shou and the others of the 7 kings couldn't help but laugh. Tell me, how did you survive from the mouth of the divine martial world suppressing beast? Only the Sky King looked cold, as if he had eaten a fly. He was disgusted. Lin Ling glanced at the Sky King and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. That tall man's power was unpredictable. Of course, except for the Sky King, everyone here was stronger than Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling was just an ant. But the 7 kings were here, so Lin Ling was fearless. It's simple. I am the most righteous person in the world. I am much better than some despicable people. That's why the divine martial world suppressing beast didn't swallow me. Lin Ling laughed coldly. He seemed to know that no one believed him. He shouted, Divine martial world suppressing beast, am I right? Yes. Roar. As if hearing Lin Ling's voice, the everlasting gate let out an earth-shattering roar. Also, because I am a hero of the human world, the divine martial world suppressing beast gave me the space secret codex. Lin Ling took out the space secret codex, and everyone's jaw dropped. Jealousy rose in their hearts. Lin Ling didn't die and he got a treasure? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up. He shouted again. Whoever says I'm a demon has a pair of dog eyes, and a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Obviously, he scolded the powerful Sky King included. At this moment, the titled celestial emperors on the Yungu celestial platform trembled in anger. Was Lin Ling calling them dogs? Lin Ling of the Sky King. I know. But do you know what the divine martial world suppressing beast represents? It said that I am the most righteous person, and you are questioning me. If you don't have a pair of dog eyes, what do you have? Lin Ling wasn't afraid at all. He was overbearing. You. Tianyun clenched her teeth. but she couldn't refute. Lin Ling, you are indeed a hero of the human world. You are valued by the divine martial world suppressing beast. That is very rare. Here I congratulate you. I will tell the whole human world what happened today. The Sky King's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he quickly hid it. He smiled faintly. Then, he was about to leave with his people. Wait! Lin Ling shouted before someone suspected that I was a demon, so they asked me to go to the everlasting gate. The Sky King and the others stopped. The Sky King nodded. Now I am the most righteous person in the world. Yes. Lin Ling said again. The Sky King looked terrible. He didn't know how Lin Ling had gained the approval of the divine martial world suppressing beast, but he didn't think Lin Ling was the most righteous person. Of course he didn't admit it in his heart, but he had to admit it on the surface. Because the divine martial world suppressing beast represented heaven and earth, he didn't have the right to reject it. Since I am the most righteous person, and I also represent the divine martial world suppression beast, I now suspect that there is an evil demon mixed in here, trying to taint the human race and cause great suffering. This person hides very well. He is despicable and shameless. Lin Ling slowly said. And this person I suspected is her. Lin Ling finally pointed at the Sky King. The Sky King was so angry that she laughed. She was a demon? What nonsense are you talking about? Someone shouted angrily. I am talking nonsense? I am thinking about the safety of the highest executive hall in the human world. I am the most righteous person. Do you think my words don't have the right to speak? Or do you doubt the divine martial world suppressing beast? Lin Ling sneered at that person. That person was stunned. He couldn't answer. Of course you can also prove me wrong. You can enter the ancient door. If you can come out alive, then you are not a demon. Lin Ling said again. I go in. The Sky King's face changed dramatically. If she went in, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. It wasn't that she was a demon, but that the divine martial world suppressing beast was too violent. The people of the Sky race were also trembling. If Sky King went in, she would definitely die. That's right. Before, she suspected Lin Ling was a demon, and Lin Ling went in. Now that Lin Ling suspects that she is a demon, she naturally has to go in too. At this time, Emperor Yu sneered. He knew that Lin Ling was fighting back. She is the guard of the highest executive hall in the human world. Her title is CND. Do you think it is possible for a guard to be a demon? At this time, the Sky King's face was cold as he spoke for Sky King. I am the hero of the human world. I sealed 60,000 enchantments. Do you think it is possible for such a hero to be a demon? However, Lin Ling immediately retorted. His words were sharp, and the Sky King's pupils constricted. He couldn't say anything. If you want proof, go to the ancient door. On the side of the Seven Emperors' heaven, many experts with the title of CND spoke. Their aura suppressed the people of Yungu Immortal Platform, and the people of Yungu Immortal Platform swallowed their anger. They didn't expect that a mere Lin Ling could humiliate them like this. She doesn't need to go in. It was a misunderstanding. She made a mistake. Here I apologize on her behalf. The Sky Sovereign pondered for a moment before speaking in a righteous manner. He had no choice but to apologize because once Tian Yun entered the Aeon Gate, he would die without a doubt. At that time, who knew what excuse Lin Ling would find to suppress Yungu's immortal foundation? This Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't strong, but he had a strong backbone. If you bullied him with one punch, he would return 5 punches. He didn't fear even the giants of the human world. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This Sky King knew when to submit and when to stand tall. He apologized with the status of a giant of the human world. This wasn't something that anyone could do. The Sky King was more powerful than Lin Ling imagined. Since it's a misunderstanding, then forget it. But people have to pay the price for their mistakes. Lu Susu, go slap her 3 times. Let her dog eyes see clearly next time. Don't casually accuse others. Lin Ling knew when to stop, but he was still as domineering as before. Give me 3 slaps? Sky King's eyes narrowed. Killing intent filled the air. She almost wanted to kill Lin Ling. Give her a slap. Chapter 1708. Meeting the 7 Emperor's mistress, Tian shouted unwillingly. Was she going to be humiliated by a junior at the Saint Realm today? One had to know that although Lin Ling was a hero of the mortal world, in this world strength reigned supreme. Therefore in her heart Lin Ling was just an ant. However, although she was unwilling, there was nothing she could do at this moment. She could only suppress her anger, her eyes red with anger. If she had the chance, she would kill Lin Ling, no matter the cost. Tian Yun, slut, fickle woman, how many men have you colluded with? Lu Susu walked over to Tian Yun with a smile on her slender jade-like legs. She and Tian Yun had clashed many times, and Tian Yun had used the name of the Sky Clan to make her suffer many times. Now she could finally collect the interest. I'm fickle. Everyone knows who is more fickle between you and me. Tian Yun stared at Lu Susu with her beautiful eyes and smiled coldly. Pa! As soon as her words fell, a crisp slap rang out, causing her eyes to narrow. Who is the real fickle woman? Today I will slap you 3 times in front of everyone and teach you how to be a woman. Lu Susu played with her red fingernails, smiled, and threw out another slap. The fingernails scratched Tian Yun's delicate face, and what made her angry was that Lu Susu was obviously slandering her, but she couldn't resist. Pa! The 3rd slap was thrown out, and Tian Yun's long hair was scattered, making her look extremely embarrassed. Behind her, everyone was watching, their faces cold and indifferent. She was slapped in public, and she was from the Sky Clan and a master with the title of CND. This kind of humiliation was worse than being killed, but the others couldn't help her and could only watch as she was slapped. To the Sky Clan and the Yungu Immortal platform, this was a great humiliation. As a woman, don't be so cheap. These 3 slaps are a reminder to you. Lu Susu smiled charmingly, puffed out her chest, and walked away proudly like a peacock. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Women could be very scary when they were angry. This made him realize that Tian Yun had clearly touched Lu Susu's bottom line by calling her a fickle woman. Lin Ling, hero of the mortal world. You summoned the celestial emperors of the 7 emperors' heavens. I admire your courage. However, in this world strength is everything. If you aren't strong enough, you'll be laughed at. Why don't you and I have a spar? I'll let you prove that you have both strength and courage to become a hero of the mortal world. Among the Sky Clan, an expert with the title of CND said. Lin Ling's strength was at most at the silver level, while the Sky Clan expert was at the level of CND. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lin Ling. That's right. A hero of the mortal world can't be a figurehead. The Sky Lord also spoke up. They had lost face twice in front of Lin Ling. Therefore, they could only rely on strength to regain their dignity. However, just as he finished speaking, Emperor Li Shou smiled and said, Lin Ling has sealed 60,000 enchantments. He's also tired. If you really want to fight, wait until he's rested. Haha, Senior 7 Emperors, does he not dare? Of course we are CND experts. If he doesn't dare, he can also challenge the Celestial Emperors. As long as he dares to fight, he can fight anyone. The expert smiled and said, unwilling to give up. How many enchantments did you seal when you were still a Celestial Emperor? Was it 1,000? Or 10,000? If not, then shut up. Lin Ling is working hard for the mortal world. He hasn't even rested. You didn't seal any enchantments in the true martial world. You didn't contribute to the mortal world. Now you're taking advantage of his fatigue to challenge him. Do you still have the face? Emperor Li Shou hadn't spoken yet when Lu Susu shouted. Her words were full of sarcasm. The expert's expression turned ugly. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to refute. Although he also knew that Lu Susu's words were just an excuse. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent at all. However, when it came to sealing enchantments, he couldn't compare to Lin Ling. In that case, he really didn't have the qualifications to speak. If they really fought, others would laugh at him, saying that he was only taking advantage of Lin Ling's fatigue to challenge him. Trash! Lu Susu shouted again. This time she was openly helping Lin Ling. Good. After we've rested enough, the Celestial Emperors of my Yungu Immortal platform will come and spar. At that time, I hope that hero Lin Ling won't refuse. That expert retreated. However, in the Yungu Immortal platform, there were many people coldly staring at Lin Ling. They also wanted to find an opportunity to teach this hero of the mortal world A lesson. Although their seniority was too high and it wasn't good for them to act, there were still many powerful celestial emperors in the Yanggu immortal platform. This was already sufficient to suppress Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he coldly laughed. In truth, with his current strength, he didn't fear the other party at all. However, he couldn't be bothered to fight because his eyes were already on the contribution points. Lin Ling, come with me. Emperor Yu smiled as he waved his hands at Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling to walk over in large strides. After that, the experts of the 7 Emperors Immortal platform all left in a grandiose manner. This Lin Ling, where did he come from? Why is he able to create miracles time and time again? Investigate this for me. The Sky Sovereign coldly stared at Lin Ling. He flicked his sleeves and left. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. At this moment, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou were bringing Lin Ling forward to exchange for treasures. This wasn't the first time the two of them met Lin Ling. They didn't expect that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would actually create so many great things. Greetings to Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou. Lin Ling respectfully bowed. This was the first time he met the most terrifying giants of Xianpeng province. There's no need to be so polite. You are the celestial emperor of my eastern mountain. If we don't help you, who will? Yes. Emperor Yu was wearing a green brocade robe and a jade crown on his head. He looked divine like jade and a scholarly aura exuded from him. This caused Lin Ling to nod his head silently. With just a glance, he already had a good impression of Emperor Yu. Looking at Emperor Li Shou, he was wearing cotton clothes and carrying a fish basket. If one didn't know him, they would definitely think that he was an ordinary fisherman. And when Lin Ling was secretly looking at them, the 2 great 7 emperors were also looking at Lin Ling. They were a little surprised. This junior was neither arrogant nor servile. When he met the 2 of them, his reaction was extremely calm. This was much better than other celestial emperors, because when other celestial emperors met them, most of them were in fear and trepidation. The 3 profound of the human realm seems to be united on the surface, but in reality, there is endless internal strife. Moreover, this kind of internal strife has been going on for tens of millions of years. Humans are all selfish. They can only share trials and tribulations, but not riches and honor. The 2 great 7 emperors retracted their gazes from Lin Ling and brought Lin Ling to a stop at earthly paradise. Looking around, there was an endless sky in front of him. Under the sky, there was the vast human realm. In the past, when the demon race and ghost race army invaded, the human realm was still united at that time. They let go of each other's selfishness and fought against the enemy together. However, after 1,000 years of peace, that kind of scheming appeared again. Emperor Li Shou sighed. Chapter 1709. Merit Points for Treasures. Not only in the human realm but also in the devil realm and the ghost realm. Where there is Jianghu, there will be fighting. These things cannot be changed. The only thing that can be changed is to increase one's strength and dominate everything. Haha, you little brat are quite open-minded. I'm getting old, the world will belong to you youngsters. Emperor Li Shou sat down and laughed. Then he began to fish in the sky. As for Emperor Yu, he sat on the side and drank wine. At this moment they were like mortals. Lin Ling was startled. He didn't expect that the 7 emperors would be like this. Haha, are you surprised? In fact, we are also humans. It's just that we have great strength. Here, borrow some wine. Emperor Yu smiled and threw out a wine jug. Lin Ling quickly caught it and drank a mouthful. He found that this wine was not as spicy as the wine from the devil realm. However, it was as cold as ice and was very refreshing. Good wine, I will also bring some strong wine. After drinking a few mouthfuls, Lin Ling took out the strong wine he got from the Eastern Devil King. As a half-drunkard, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't miss out on good wine. Haha, you little brat are adapting quickly. Emperor Li Shou laughed. Lin Ling didn't care about trifles and was magnanimous. He didn't treat them as the 7 emperors but instead as friends. He also heroically said, "Wait a moment, my fishing rod might be able to catch some dishes." Lin Ling's pupils constricted. They were currently in the sky. Fishing in the sky. Don't look down on old Fishhead's fishing rod. It is an item from the world. There is nothing it can't catch. Unfortunately, it can't catch the world, it can't catch peace. Emperor, you said with a smile. This made Lin Ling smile. He had a feeling that Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu were the true emperors of the world. Because what they worried about was not individual strength but the whole world. They wanted the world to be peaceful. I say, little Lin, this wine you brought, not only is it stable, it is also very spicy. Emperor Yu drank a few mouthfuls of wine from the devil realm and couldn't help but say, "This is a man's wine." Lin Ling laughed, causing Emperor Yu to shake his head helplessly. Among the 7 emperors, only this freak dared to speak to them like this. Since there is wine and food, how can there be a lack of songs to accompany the wine? Let me play a song. Lin Ling also drank a mouthful of strong wine. At this moment, he was full of heroic spirit and dared to raise his sword and kill his way into the 9 heavens. The world of mortals is so laughable. Infatuation is the most boring of all. It's fine if you consider everything beneath your notice, but your heart is already untroubled. All I want is to spend half my life free and unfettered. When I wake up, I'll smile at others and forget everything in my dreams. I'll lament that the sky has darkened too early, and that my next life is unpredictable. Love and hate will be written off in one stroke. A grand song roaming the 9 heavens. What a great way to exchange half a lifetime of freedom. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu couldn't help but shout loudly. This is what a warrior of our generation should be like. They didn't know why, but in their hearts, Lin Ling didn't look like a junior, he looked like a friend. After a long time, Emperor Li Shou said, "Little Lin, be careful of the Yungu celestial stage. The celestial emperors of Champion University want to defeat you and become famous. After all, defeating a hero of the human world is a great thing for them." Hee, diamond-level celestial emperors are difficult for me to defeat, but gold-level celestial emperors are nothing in my eyes, said Lin Ling indifferently. He looked extremely confident. It was as if he could rebuke the entire world. All right, no wonder you're the first disciple of Dong Mountain. The 2 great emperors nodded in satisfaction. By the way, this time you sealed the enchantment world and won a great merit. You have a lot of merit points. The 7 emperors will also reward you with a treasure. What do you want? Said Emperor Yu as he looked at Lin Ling. Moreover, his eyes were filled with gratitude. It was Lin Ling who allowed them, the 7 emperors, to hold their heads high in the world. Furthermore, it was the first time that they had obtained first place in the Sealing Spirit Formation competition. I don't need treasures, but I do need the help of the 7 emperors. I need to go to the fire race to take someone away, and the fire race emperor agreed at the beginning. However, he went back on his word, so I need a powerful background. I need the 2 of you to help me. Lin Ling said sincerely. No problem. You just need to go to the fire clan and tell us. We'll see if anyone in Xianhuangdao dares stop you, said Emperor Li Shou. Even though the fire clan had the highest authority in the human world, they weren't as strong as the leader of the Sky Clan. The most important thing was that Lin Ling was right. Lin Ling quickly bowed. This way he could go to the fire clan openly. In the past, Xianhuangdao chased him all over the world. Now he could proudly go to Xianhuangdao with everyone and force the fire clan to hand over the person. He wondered what the emperor of the fire clan would think at that time. Lin Ling, in this world the water is very deep. Even though we're standing at the top of the pyramid, there are many ancient experts above us. It's just that those experts don't care about the human world and rarely appear. Therefore you have to be careful when you go out. Emperor Yu reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Of course he knew about this. Just Sword Immortal Tsang Tian alone was probably stronger than the 7 emperors. Alright, let's go to the Merit Hall. They drank a few more mouthfuls of wine and got up to move forward. The Merit Hall was in the Heavenly Earth Palace. When Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Yu stepped in with Lin Ling, countless people in the magnificent palace looked at them strangely. Of course, most of them were looking at Lin Ling, who didn't know the hero of the human world, Lin Ling. However, many experts' eyes were cold. Obviously, Lin Ling had become the hero of the human world and was admired by many of the 3 mysterious cultivators of the human world, but not them. In their hearts, strength was everything. Lin Ling was just a Saint Realm expert. His strength wasn't enough to move them. Of course, there were also people who looked at him with awe. However, Lin Ling ignored these gazes and went to the merit hall. Please show your jade token. A guard of the merit hall said lightly. However, after Lin Ling took out the jade token, his face changed slightly because there were too many merit points in the jade token. It was the first time he had seen it. You can exchange them for the treasures you need. The strong cultivator left these words and then left. Around Lin Ling, a large number of illusions appeared. And each illusion was a treasure. Thunder Source Fruit, 100,000 merit points. It can raise Earth rank 3rd grade talent. Absolute Silence Source Strength. It can raise a St. Mark martial art by 1 realm. Sky Trench Blade. Low-grade divine weapon, 100,000 merit points. Looking at the illusions, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at his own merit points, he actually had more than 6 million. It was enough for him to exchange for a large number of treasures. Your Majesty, you must obtain the blue sea water. It can raise your strength by 1 universe when your physical strength is at its limit. Old Z's excited voice floated out. There were more treasures than the star-picking nation. Of course, this was normal because these were treasures of the entire human world. There are materials to forge the tyrannical song sword. Old Z exclaimed again. Chapter 1710. The Empty Space Secret Codex. Dragon's Blood. Surprisingly, there's Dragon's Blood. There are so many treasures in the Deacon Palace. Mr. Z, spend all your points. You have to buy all these treasures. If you miss them, you won't get them anymore. With the help of Old Z, Lin Ling purchased a large amount of treasures and materials, causing the treasures of the Deacon Palace of the mortal world to be temporarily empty. However, some people still knew that the person who had so boldly swept away all the treasures here was Lin Ling. This caused many people to be secretly envious. When they left the merit hall, Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou had been waiting for them for a long time. When they saw Lin Ling, they knew that Lin Ling had obtained a lot of treasures. Little Lin, this is your jade talisman, Xiandi. Seeing this jade talisman is like seeing Xiandi. If anyone below the Celestial Emperor layer dares offend you, you can kill them, said Emperor Yu, giving him a jade talisman. Lin Ling smiled. The jade token of a titled Celestial Emperor represented the supreme status of humans. Naturally, it carried a lot of power and authority. Lin Ling was the first person to be titled as a Celestial Emperor, even though he was only a Heavenly Emperor. After leaving with the 7 emperors, Lin Ling went back to where the 7 emperors were. He had a lot of treasures. He wanted to increase his strength as much as possible. After that, Lin Ling didn't notify anyone and went to the Z government. Lin Ling had many enemies, for example the Xianyuan clan, the Tian clan, the Ji clan, the Hua clan, the Yi clan, Champion University, and Yungu Celestial Stage. Many people wanted to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a cultivator of the 7th layer of the Saint layer. He could fight against celestial emperors of the gold layer, but it was difficult for him to be invincible. Celestial emperors of the 9th layer of the Saint layer were at the top of the 9th layer, and Wu Shang was at the 1st layer. Lin Ling was facing Wu Shang, who was at the 1st layer. Baiyun Tiandi was at the 1st layer of Wu Shang. He was one of the best celestial emperors of the gold layer. Xianyuan Jiutian was the same. This time, I must become invincible in the Saint layer. I must defeat ordinary celestial emperors, thought Lin Ling. Actually, celestial emperors of the gold layer were also on the ranking list of the Martial Pavilion, but Lin Ling was strong enough to be on the ranking list. Inside the Purple Palace, a large number of treasures appeared. Old Z stared at those treasures and couldn't help but feel happy. He then hurriedly guided Lin Ling in his cultivation. The first thing he needed to do was to increase the strength of his physical body. One had to know that the higher the level of one's physical body, the harder it was to increase the strength of one's physical body. The water of the blue sea was one of those treasures. However, this kind of treasure could only be used once. The blue sea water, as its name implied, contained the strength of the blue sea. The 5th level of the Purple Palace realm, the living soil world, blue and pure seawater appeared and surged towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling could feel that many small worlds had awakened in his body. The ancient divine emperor had arrived. He was one step closer to reaching the 10th Tian level. At the same time, the blue seawater contained a large amount of half-saint's essence, which could increase Lin Ling's cultivation. However, Lin Ling had used too much half-saint's essence, So the effect of the treasure on Linling was getting weaker and weaker. Dragon blood. Looking at the young man sitting on the ground, Mr. Z lightly shouted. The ancient blood floated towards Linling. It seemed like only a drop, but it contained a terrifying power. Roar! Linling's dragon claw appeared and absorbed the dragon blood. The ancient power made him roar towards the sky. In this world, real dragons were rare, just like real Cheelants. Although Linling had seen many dragons and Cheelants, they were only demon kings with a trace of bloodline. They weren't pure-blooded dragons. And now Linling had obtained real dragon blood. It was said that a powerful cultivator in the demon realm obtained it by luck and later sold it to the highest deacon palace in the human realm. Rumble. When the dragon blood entered the dragon claw, it was as if the dragon had awakened, giving Linling one universe's strength. In addition to the blue seawater from before, Linling's strength increased by 2 universes. However, the celestial devil overlord physique still hadn't reached the 7th stage. After all, it was an external object that increased his strength, not the celestial devil overlord physique. However, this was enough. Linling now had 14 universes of strength, and his physical body was comparable to an ancient demonic beast. The 7th stage of the celestial devil overlord physique was called Ancient God's Descent. It was a truly invincible physical body that wasn't afraid of the 5 elements: wind, lightning, fire, ghost, and yin-yang. Its defense was terrifying. Then Linling took out the Space Secret Codex. This secret codex was a wordless codex. Ordinary people would not be able to use it even if they obtained it. However, since the wordless codex came from Linling, it was not a problem for him. The Space Secret Codex can only be viewed in the space. Linling stood up and punched out continuously, exploding the void. Words began to appear on the codex floating in the air. Just by looking at the words, Linling's mind was filled with memories. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed like that Li Xiaoyao had a lot of bad habits. He actually used this method to leave behind martial arts. Space origin energy was one of the most complex origin energies. However, it had the most uses. For example, speed, defense, and attack. Space origin energy could all help, especially space. Linling continued to recall, and at the same time he began to comprehend. His martial arts realm had reached the origin realm, so his comprehension of martial arts was extremely fast. In addition, the Space Secret Codex was created by him, so he was like a fish in water. Moon's reflection. Linling's figure constantly flickered. This was the speed of teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he could travel hundreds of meters. It was even faster than twisting space. This was because twisting space seemed fast, but one had to twist space in order to move. However, Moon's reflection was like a reflection in a mirror. Of course, the most terrifying part of the Space Secret Codex was its attack power. Space Storm. Linling punched out, and a large vortex formed in the space. It could absorb the enemy's power and tear apart any power. In the past, Linling had learned the empty sword, but he rarely used it. Now, the power of the empty sword had been greatly increased by him. Your Majesty, this is the space attribute St. Rune martial art transcendent realm. Old Z looked at Linling and couldn't help but be surprised. Linling's previous life was indeed very powerful. After all, the space origin energy was the most difficult to control, but Linling still managed to comprehend it in his previous life. He couldn't help but sigh. Who was this Li Xiaoyao? However, it was obvious that this Li Xiaoyao was a martial arts genius. After an unknown amount of time, Linling finally stopped. At this moment, his aura was otherworldly, as if he had disappeared from the world. His strength had greatly increased. Your Majesty, you are only in the Saint realm, but your Saint Rune martial art has reached the transcendent realm. If you step into the Wushang realm, I'm afraid your strength will increase even more. With the Saint Rune martial arts origin energy, your Majesty's space domain is even stronger than the Fire Dao. Old Z kept talking and Linling smiled and nodded. The reason why his Fire Dao was strong was because of the Yellow Springs flame, and his space domain talent came from his physical body. However, right now, he was only in the Earth stage. He needed to slowly grow. My current strength has greatly increased. I can try to forge the tyrannical song sword. Chapter 1711. The speculation of the giants of the mortal world, the array formation of a divine weapon required more than 30 million, and this was only a low-level divine weapon. However, the power of a divine weapon was very strong. It could increase a martial artist's sword strength by nearly 30%. For example, fire elemental divine weapons could increase the prowess of elementary divine weapons by 30%. This was already very terrifying. Furthermore, it was rumored that the martial saint rank could increase one's strength by 90%, which was equivalent to doubling one's strength. No wonder it was said that with a divine weapon in hand, the world was mine. However, a divine weapon also depended on whether or not it was suitable for the martial artist. For example, Lin Ling currently possessed the divine weapon 100 Birds Pay Homage to the Phoenix. However, this sword was not suitable for him, and was only temporarily used by him. Divine weapons began to appear one after another. Some were halberds, some were sabers, and all of them were forged by Lin Ling. However, they were merely low-level divine weapons. He did not immediately forge the Tyrant Song Sword because it was more difficult. He needed to accumulate some experience first. Fortunately, there were a lot of materials this time, enough for Lin Ling to squander. While Lin Ling was secretly improving his strength, in the highest deacon palace of the human realm, the giants of the human realm were talking. In one of the palaces, the Sky Lord looked indifferently at Xian Di in front of him and said, "Have you found anything? My lord, this Lin Ling is really terrifying. He doesn't have any background, but he used less than 10 years to reach his current height, and his greatest reliance is the inheritance of the star-picking nation," the expert said in shock. The Sky Lord was also surprised. Although the inheritance of the star-picking nation was powerful, it wasn't very terrifying. After all, in Xianpeng province, there were descendants of the 4 ancient nations, but those descendants didn't make a name for themselves. However, Lin Ling was able to do so. It was impossible for people not to be suspicious. The star-picking nation cannot allow him to become the #1 sealing enchantment. Does he know more secrets than the Xianyuan clan? The Sky Lord said coldly, "Sir, this subordinate believes that there is a master behind Lin Ling, and that master is an extremely ancient existence. In the past, during the auction in the Heaven and Earth Palace, I found out that when Lin Ling was still very weak, someone forged a powerful weapon for him and placed it in the martial pavilion for auction." The expert replied, "That seems to be the case." The Sky Lord nodded. "Find out who's behind him." The same thing happened to the 7 emperors. After all, Lin Ling had obtained first place. Thinking back, they also felt that Lin Ling was too mysterious. This Lin Ling brat, I'm afraid there's an existence behind him that isn't any weaker than us. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou chatted as they played chess. Yeah, Lin Ling actually knows so much about the boundary of the true martial world. Obviously, someone is helping him from behind. I wonder who it is. Let him be. After all, everyone has their own secrets. If we get too entangled with him, it'll be too disgusting. When it's time to talk, Lin Ling will talk. That's true. Right at this moment, a woman in plain clothes walked over. She held a jade bottle in her hand, and she gave others the feeling that she was graceful like an immortal. This person was the Tranquil Sovereign, one of the 7 sovereigns. And behind her was Lu Susu. Looks like you guys are also curious about the person behind Lin Ling. But my little girl seems to have guessed it. Emperor Qingjing's smile was extremely beautiful. He was the most sincere among the 7 emperors. Emperor Yu and Emperor Li Shou looked at Lu Susu at the same time. Lu Susu smiled and said, "Last time I felt that there was an ancient martial artist behind Lin Ling. And now I guess that he might be the disciple of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian. Of course my master forced me to say this. Don't tell Lin Ling or he'll ignore me." After Lu Susu finished speaking, she shrugged her shoulders helplessly. In fact, she had already guessed it, but her master forced her to say it, so she had no choice but to say it. Sword Immortal Tsang Tian? Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Li Shou gasped. Although they had never seen such a person, they had naturally heard of him. "Are you sure?" Emperor Yu said solemnly. "I'm not sure, but I'm 60% confident." Lu Susu nodded and said, "That day when I went to Earthly Paradise, I saw Lin Ling touching an ancient statue. My master once said that Earthly Paradise used to be called Cloud Extinction. It was the palace of Sword Immortal Tsang Tian, so I had this guess. After all, people who go there for the first time won't touch the statue casually. It seems very possible. Emperor Li Shou and Emperor Li Shou's faces changed dramatically. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so lucky to be chosen by Sword Immortal Cang Tian. However, he might have been accidentally met by Sword Immortal Cang Tian, and then accepted as a registered disciple. Because if he was a real disciple, how could Sword Immortal Cang Tian not appear when Lin Ling was in danger? Lu Susu guessed. Even if he's a registered disciple, it's enough to make people jealous. After all, Sword Immortal Cang Tian is the most ancient existence. He's as famous as the supreme deacon of the mortal realm. Even we haven't seen him. Emperor Li Shou couldn't help but shake his head. He felt that he had to help Lin Ling more. No wonder his martial arts cultivation speed is so fast. It turns out that there was an expert who gave him pointers in the past. But fortunately, Lin Ling is a disciple of my East Mountain. This matter can't be spread out. Otherwise, it will attract more people who want to harm Lin Ling because they don't want Lin Ling to grow. What's more, Sword Immortal Cang Tian has disappeared for so long. Those who want to kill Lin Ling may not remember that ancient figure. The few of them kept talking and chose to hide the secret. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the so-called Sword Immortal Cang Tian was actually Li Xiaoyao's chief disciple. While they were talking, Lin Ling was still forging the tyrannical song sword in his purple mansion. He was so engrossed that he forgot to eat and sleep. 9999. In the world of the starry sky, a large number of weapons were floating. They were magnificent and gave people a great pressure. Looking carefully, they were all low-level divine weapons. There were sabers, swords, spears, and axes. These were all divine weapons that Lin Ling had tried to forge. On the other side, a large number of half-step divine weapons were also floating there. Lin Ling planned to give these divine weapons to the Rainforest Holy Land to increase everyone's strength. Your Majesty, you have been forging for 300 years. After an unknown period of time, Purple Elder's voice floated over. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He raised his head and said, "So long." He felt that only a short period of time had passed. Then he couldn't help but sigh. As a martial artist cultivated, the time spent would become longer and longer. A casual seclusion would take more than 100 years. However, martial artists went against the heavens and their lifespan was greatly increased. So 100 years was actually just a blink of an eye. Purple Elder, how is the sword embryo? Then Lin Ling spoke. In the distance, a colorful spiritual chi shield appeared. Lightning formed in the space and raged continuously. The spiritual chi shield was like a huge embryo, breathing slowly as if it was waiting for the moment to come out of the furnace. That was the sword embryo, the tyrannical song sword that Lin Ling had forged. Chapter 1712. Come out of seclusion. This sword is the strongest divine sword I have ever forged in my life. The moment it comes out, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. Lin Ling was also looking forward to it. After all, he had spent all his merit points to forge a divine weapon. Your Majesty, although you did not cultivate during the forging process, your cultivation has reached the 8th layer of Saint Realm. Old Z looked at Lin Ling and said. His words made Lin Ling's expression change. After careful examination, he discovered that the Saint C's power in his Dantian was extremely vast. Even using Saint Rune martial arts was extremely easy. Lin Ling was also one step closer to Wushang's realm. Wushang was a realm that Lin Ling had never imagined. In the past, he didn't even know if he could reach this realm. But now it was not far away. It was as if he could reach out and touch it. Wushang was a real expert with the title of Xiandi. He was a giant in the mortal world. It's time to go to the Fire Tribe. Lin Ling suppressed his thoughts and left the Z Mansion. A year had already passed in the outside world. When Lin Ling walked out of the small house, the 4 poisons of Dong Mountain, Liqing, Gendosa, and the 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling and sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling, you broke through again. They couldn't help but be surprised. After all, only a year had passed and Lin Ling had broken through again. Such progress was extremely rare even in the 7 emperors' heaven, especially the 9 spirits of heaven. He sucked in a cold breath. In the past, Lin Ling was stronger than him and his only advantage was his high cultivation. But now this flaw had been filled. Worthy of being the boss. The 9 spirits of heaven helplessly shook his head. He didn't know how Lin Ling cultivated. The 4 venomous poisons of Eastern Mountain were all looking at Lin Ling. Their eyes were extremely heated. They did not know why, but the current Lin Ling gave them an extremely attractive feeling. His body faintly exuded a pure aura, as if it was the true power of the origin. Lin Ling naturally noticed their gazes and smiled bitterly. In fact, he also faintly knew that these 4 beauties seemed to be interested in him. However, he had too many things to do now. He really didn't have much time to deal with them while he was in the midst of romance. Here's a lot of half-saint's essence. Take it all. Lin Ling took out a few green rings and distributed them to the 4 poisons of Dong Mountain. They carefully inspected them and suddenly jumped up in excitement. They were still disciples of the 7 emperors and only received a few drops of half-saint's essence every month. But Lin Ling gave them a pool of half-saint's essence. How could they not be excited? He Xi'er's charming face flushed red. She couldn't help but lightly kiss Lin Ling's clean cheeks. Lin Ling was stunned. He looked at the other beauties and saw gratitude on their faces. It seemed that they also wanted to do something. Of course, the 4 poisons of Dong Mountain couldn't be blamed, because there weren't many people in the world who were as forthright as Lin Ling. No need to be so grateful. Because of these half-saint's essence, I already have a lot of seawater. Lin Ling quickly explained, causing everyone to stare at him. Lin Ling, not bad. You've improved your realm. I wonder how your martial arts have improved. Take my move, Cloud Expelling Palm. At that moment a delicate shout rang out. Then a mighty white cloud rushed over and turned into soar strength, slapping towards Lin Ling. This power was very strong and ferocious. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly and also slapped out with his palm. Dragon soars to the universe. Hung Long Long. Similarly, the peak origin energy swept across the place. Hung. The 2 powerhouses collided, causing the entire mountain range to shake. If Lin Ling and the woman hadn't controlled their strength, this place would have been destroyed long ago. Amazing! Your fire martial Dao is about to reach the transcendent realm. A moment later, several figures landed. It was none other than White Cloud, Heavenly Emperor, and the others. All of them wore looks of surprise on their faces. Lin Ling's cultivation had risen, and his martial arts had also improved. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a Saint Realm cultivator. His cultivation speed was simply terrifying. Almost there? Maybe I've already reached it. Lin Ling already knew who had come, so he smiled faintly. Previously he had held back. Otherwise, if he had unleashed his transcendent source strength, Bai Yuntiandi would have had to dodge. Moreover, this was only the fire martial Dao. Lin Ling also had the space martial Dao. In fact, Lin Ling felt that even if he didn't use his Saint Rune martial Dao, he could still break Bai Yuntiandi's attack with his 14 universe strength. Lin Ling, you're worthy of being called a genius among the heavenly emperors. The unhindered heavenly emperor was also among them. He couldn't help but sigh. In the past, he was responsible for protecting Lin Ling. Through the previous test, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him. With your current strength, you're definitely ranked in the middle among the gold-level heavenly emperors. Bai Yuntiandi also said. However, her words made Lin Ling shake his head. He had a feeling that even among the gold-level heavenly emperors, he could still be ranked in the top. He wasn't just in the middle of the gold-level heavenly emperors. By the way, I'm going to the Fire Clan next. Are you guys coming with me? Without further explanation, Lin Ling looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and asked. They immediately nodded. In the past, they were chased by Xian Huangdiyu. Today they could return with pride. Boss, when are you going? You must call me. The 9 spirits of heaven said excitedly. I'll be ready to set off after I go home. Thinking of the little girl from the Fire Clan, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. Now he was going to fulfill his promise. After that, Lin Ling left the 7 Emperors' heaven and headed towards the rainforest sacred land. At this moment, Xianpeng province was even more lively than usual. In the martial pavilion, many experts from the mortal realm were gathered there to break through the martial pavilion's ranking. As for the Xian Yuan and Xian Huangdiyu martial artists who were usually arrogant, They were now much more low-key. This was because not long ago, the sealing barrier of Xianpeng Province's Linling had one great glory, allowing many martial artists from Xianpeng Province to puff out their chests and speak proudly. At this moment, in a restaurant, the martial artists of the three profound realms of the mortal realm were gathered there. They were chatting with each other, looking for the information they needed. In the past, during the Qingkuan ceremony in Xianpeng Province, a large number of supersects and ancient imperial courts fell. In the end, a new era began, resulting in the rise of the four emperors: East Venerable Linling, South Venerable Hong Tianxia, West Venerable Zhang Luochun, and North Venerable Xiaoyao Tianzi. But now South Venerable Hong Tianxia has mysteriously fallen, the ancient country's Hong residence has completely declined, and North Venerable Xiaoyao Tianzi has disappeared without a trace. The only ones left are East Venerable Linling and West Venerable Zhang Luochun. I heard that West Venerable Zhang Luochun and Linling have formed an alliance and unified the entire Xianpeng province. Nonsense, who does West Venerable Zhang Luochun think he is? Is he qualified to be on the same level as East Venerable Linling? This alliance is probably just a rumor. I don't know about that, but I feel that Xianpeng province is actually Linling's world. It's not a fact but a fact. Linling once went to Xianhuangdayu and challenged Xianhuangdayu alone. Can West Venerable Zhang Luochun do it? In the realm of true martial, Linling became the hero of the mortal realm. Can West Venerable Zhang Luochun do it? Chapter 1713. Changes in Xianpeng Province. How dare you compete for the title of King of the Wilderness? What a disgrace. A true expert is a tyrant above a three-star saint realm. That's what an emperor is. At this moment, a disdainful voice drifted out from a luxurious private room on the second floor, causing many people in the hall to fall silent. The person who came was mocking them, saying that it didn't matter who was an emperor in the Xianpeng region, they were only kings in the wilderness after all, and only those who dominated above the three-star saint region could be called emperors. In the three-star saint realm, the mortal realm had the three mysterious clans. For example, Xianhuangdayu had the three great clans, while Xianpeng Province had the supreme clans and the ancient Ji clan. However, the world over there was not a place where ordinary martial artists could step into, so not many people knew about it. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak on behalf of Xianpeng Province? Maybe you can't even be called a king in the puny 9-star saint realm. Someone in the hall sneered. Slap him. At this moment, an indifferent voice came from the second floor. Slap. Waves of air rolled, and a slap turned into a handprint, flying down from the second floor. The person who spoke spat out blood, and all his teeth were broken. At the same time, a slender figure appeared on the second floor. Looking down at the crowd from above, open your ears and listen. Xianpeng Province now belongs to the ancient Ji clan. Whether it's the Western Emperor Zhang Luochun, or the Eastern Emperor Linling, they all have to listen to the ancient Ji clan. What? Many people's faces changed drastically and someone frowned. What is the ancient Ji clan? Why are you so sure? The ancient Ji clan is one of the highest deacon palace in the mortal realm. Because Xianpeng Province is too chaotic, and heroes are rising, the ancient Ji clan decided to intervene in Xianpeng Province's affairs to give martial artists an era of peace. The Western Emperor, Zhang Luochun, and the Eastern Emperor Linling have also agreed to be the ancient Ji clan's underlings. The young man said calmly. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts roared. Not many of them had heard of the ancient Ji family, but how could they not have heard of the highest deacon palace in the human world? This also meant that the ancient Ji family might have been a three-star saint realm ancient dynasty in Xianpeng Province. As for Xianpeng Province, everyone had submitted, including Linling. Many people felt like they were dreaming. In their hearts, Linling was an arrogant man. When had he ever submitted to anyone? That's just your opinion. At this moment, a melodious voice rang out. On the first floor, a girl in a pink dress lifted her head and spoke. Her eyes were filled with stubbornness. She didn't believe that Linling would submit. Whatever you say is true. Then, according to this, we will also say that Linling has already unified the three profound of the human world. Beside her, there was another quick-witted girl who spoke at this moment. Of the two girls, one was youthful and lively, while the other had long silver hair. They were cold beauties that were unforgettable at first glance. The warriors of Xianpeng province stared at the two girls, and their eyes flickered. The two girls seemed to be from the pill-forging union. One of them was called He Tianyu, the granddaughter of one of the top 10 blacksmiths, He Tian. The other was called Yu Yu, the disciple of one of the top 10 blacksmiths, Senior Moonax. Looking at the girls beside them, they were the top 10 blacksmiths of Xianpeng province. Among them were He Tian, Senior Moonax, and the old man of Dongfu. Many people couldn't help but believe the two girls' words. After all, the top 10 blacksmiths were also there, and their words carried more weight. Ignorant. However, on the second floor the young man sneered, "Then do you know who I am? I can tell you that I'm the West Emperor Zhang Luochen." He's the West Emperor? Many people's expressions changed drastically. That young man was the West Emperor Zhang Luochen, of the Lihua Divine Dynasty bloodline? If that was the case, then what he said before might be true. Because he was the West Emperor, and he had spoken up, it must be the truth. Lin Ling's strength is on par with mine. Since I've submitted, how can he not submit? The young man was the West Emperor Zhang Luochen. A wine cup appeared in his hand, and he drank as he spoke. You've submitted, but that doesn't mean Lin Ling has submitted. In the hall on the first floor, Yu Yu raised her head and said, during the Pill Forging Union's assessment, Lin Ling had shocked everyone, and his soul power had surpassed everyone. After that, she knew that the low-key young man was Lin Ling. After that meeting, she didn't think that Lin Ling was a person who was afraid of death. You talk a lot of nonsense. What if I come out and talk? At this time, a handsome middle-aged man walked out from the side of the young man, and many people's eyes flickered. Who was that? I'm Lin Ling's subordinate, the Lingtian Battle King of the Lingtian Battle Imperial Mansion. The middle-aged man said indifferently, the Lingtian Battle King, the one who followed Lord Shui Wu and Lord Pu to the north of Xianpeng province. His name once shook the world, and he was known as one of the 10 great generals under Lin Ling. Many people's faces changed dramatically. In Xianpeng province, many people had never seen Lin Ling, but they had seen the Lingtian Battle King many times. Because Lin Ling often went out to train most of the time, it was Lin Ling who ruled Xianpeng province under his command. Now that he had come out to speak, it was likely that the truth was as such. It's possible. Lin Ling and the West Emperor Zhang Luochen are equally famous. Even the West Emperor Zhang Luochen has submitted. How can Lin Ling not submit? Many people said, and they were even more respectful of the ancient Ji family. Yu Yu and the others frowned. How did things turn out like this? No one saw that in a corner of the restaurant, a man in a cloak was sitting quietly, drinking wine from time to time. Under the brim of the cloak, there was a puzzled look on his delicate face. The Lingtian Battle King seems to be a friend of Lord Shui Wu, and he has a good relationship with the sea-calming venerable. Why would he admit that I've submitted to the ancient Ji family? Did something happen in the rainforest when I wasn't around? The man muttered to himself. He had a vague feeling that there was a shocking conspiracy behind this. You may not believe me, but I'll tell you again. I'm Lord Lu of Lord Lu's mansion. I watched Lin Ling grow up, and I'm Lin Ling's confidant. So, my appearance should have the right to speak. So, my words represent Lin Ling's words. Another man walked out from the second floor and said, it's Lord Lu. This time, the people had no choice but to believe him. The two of you come up here. You've been spreading rumors and slandering us. What are your intentions? Now you must come up here and apologize. At the same time, the West Emperor Zhang Luochen stared at the two women and said calmly, not bad. I didn't expect there to be beauties in Xianpeng province. It's my first time here, so I'll let them serve me. A voice came from the room. It seemed that he had taken a liking to the two women. You want us to apologize? You're too overbearing. You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.